Chapter 488. These essence and blood had initially been suppressed by the Blood Emperor seal. However, that suppression force had been uplifted since that the Blood Emperor seal had been snatched away by Yi Shiwen, and hence the essence and blood had broken out at once. Yi Shiwen shouted and stretched out his big hand to grasp. A golden big hand emitted abundant of golden rays of light in the clouds as it extended in the sky. And those boundless essence and energy were immediately grabbed by Yi Shiwen's big hand. Yi Shiwen felt that the resentful souls lingering in these essence and blood were eating at his golden divinities. The divinities represented the most positive force between the heaven and earth. It was the most noble and mystical power in the world. But those resentful souls were the most negative force. So these two opposite forces began to boil and roll inside Yi Shiwen's palm. Yi Shiwen knew that his entire divinities would be consumed if it continued like this, and he would have the same fate as those people who had been eaten alive a moment ago. Yi Shiwen, you will die. Ha 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 ha. You are presumptuous if you think you will be able to control these essence and blood. Even I had no choice but to take help of the Blood Emperor seal to keep them in check. How else could you have defeated me so easily? The blood-red clothed young master laughed wildly and said he had nothing to be afraid of right now. So he fearlessly provoked Yi Shiwen. Only a miracle could help him with escaping in the situation he was current in. So he had nothing to be afraid of. Shut up. Yi Shiwen chained him up inside the space and isolated his consciousness so that he couldn't see anything outside. Yi Shiwen considered for a moment. There was only one solution, and that was to refine these scarlet energies. And there was one such method in the Dark Spirit Blood Emperor power technique. He wasn't going to practice this power technique. However, that didn't mean that he couldn't borrow help from one of its methods. This was the best solution that he could think of at this time. Yi Shiwen took out the Heavenly Source Mirror without any hesitation. He contained these essence and blood and rushed back to the Yuan school. The majority of the abilities of the Heavenly Source Mirror had withered after Yi Mo had fallen into deep sleep. This was also a disadvantage of having a tool spirit. Yi Shiwen could have obtained complete control over the Heavenly Source Mirror if there wasn't any tool spirit inside it. However, he didn't have any regrets because he might not have come so far if he had erased Mo's spiritual knowledge back then. He had hurriedly transferred them inside a segregated microcosm after he returned to the Yuan school. This microcosm had been dedicated for his closed-door training, and he began the closed-door training after he had planted the matrix formation and protective barriers. Yi Shiwen cleared his thoughts as he sat cross-legged under the enlightening mind ancient tree, and the entirety of those distracting thoughts suddenly vanished from his mind. Not a single distracting thought could affect his mind anymore, and this kept his consciousness pure and clear. The effectiveness of enlightening mind ancient tree was truly extraordinary. Yi Shiwen felt that his mind had become empty. In fact, the enlightening mind ancient tree had also helped him a lot when he had comprehended the Big Bang Stardust Fist. The biggest advantage of the enlightening mind ancient tree was that it could help an expert to enter a state similar to the moment of enlightenment. Everyone wanted to attain such a mental state. However, they couldn't achieve it. However, one could achieve such mental state with the help of the enlightening mind ancient tree. The mysterious space was quite incredible. However, it couldn't provide Yi Shiwen a true moment of enlightenment. It could certainly boost his comprehension of a technique to 100%. However, it could never boost his comprehension to more than 100% and couldn't give him any new insights. This was the limitation of the mysterious space. However, the enlightening mind ancient tree could help him in attaining that moment of enlightenment kind of state, and this could allow him to have new insights. In fact, it would make him capable of sensing even the subtlest of changes. Yi Shiwen had contained those huge blood clouds inside the heavenly source mirror and had started to refine them with every ounce of strength he possessed. Those scarlet energies started to get pulled out like threads from a cocoon as he used the dark spirit blood emperor power technique. And they transformed into a group of pure energy after undergoing the transformation inside the heavenly source mirror. They were then absorbed by him. This was also the reason why he had dared to attempt this. The heavenly source mirror was capable of absorbing different kinds of energies and could then refine and transform them. The refined quantity wouldn't be much. However, the essence would be far more pure and completely harmless. So, there would be no worries in the future. The cultivation pace of dark spirit blood emperor power technique was very fast. However, the problem was that there could be many dangers in the future. One's body could most likely explode, and they could die because of forcibly swallowing so much energy for cultivating it to the peak. The more one would cultivate it, the more dangerous it could be. Therefore, one must possess a myriad of methods to suppress these rogue energies. For example, that blood emperor seal wasn't only a divine tool. It was also one of the methods to suppress these possible dangers because those boiling energies were required to be contained within one's body. The blood-red-clothed young master had finally lost to Yi Shiwen because he couldn't utilize the blood emperor seal to its full potential. And this was the thing which he was most resentful about at this time. Yi Shiwen didn't dare to relax since he was in a situation where he could suffer a setback at any time. In fact, he was wholeheartedly submerged into his practice. Therefore, the energies were being gradually transformed and absorbed by him. Everything was fine in the beginning, and Yi Shiwen was transforming and absorbing the energies without any major trouble. However, he had no choice but to increase his refining speed since more and more resentful souls had gradually begun to eat his divinities. Otherwise, those resentful souls would have eaten him alive even before he could transform and absorb the scarlet energies. Therefore, he had no choice but to gradually increase the conversion speed. Yi Shiwen's body had suddenly turned dark red since his body was full of essence and blood which were being converted into pure energy. It wasn't clear how many people had been slaughtered by the blood-red-clothed young master. He only felt that this power was nearly inexhaustible, and he couldn't absorb it in its entirety. He was left with no other choice. He could only use this immense power to sprint over to the next level. His only option was to strike the threshold of the late stage of the semi-sage realm in order to consume such enormous power. The observing person scripture was operating inside Yi Shiwen's body. His entire body transformed into the void of universe, and he was sitting in the middle of this universe. He was the only god of this universe. Enormous scarlet waves were frantically swirling inside the void of the universe. It was like the mighty ocean waves that crash against the shore. He was already surrounded by endless scarlet waves, and those scarlet waves were unceasingly striking against his body. It seemed as if they wanted to drown him. Yi Shiwen would absorb a part of those waves every time they'd strike his body, and then he would transform them into his own power. He looked like a mountain that had remained motionless since millions of years. He let these scarlet waves hit his body, and then he transformed them into his own energy. Yi Shiwen's power continued to increase little by little, and these scarlet waves also gradually decreased in volume. Bang! It wasn't clear how much time had passed. However, Yi Shiwen's power had reached a peak point. He took a deep breath and concentrated his entire power to break the barrier of the late stage of the semi-sage realm. Bang! Yi Shiwen impacted the barrier but failed. However, his countenance didn't show any change. Rather, he continued to attack the barrier. He commanded his observing person scripture to emit the real elemental energy so that he could unceasingly attack the barrier to corrode it. Failed. Failed yet again. Once again failed. Yi Shiwen didn't know how many times he had tried by now. He himself had gradually become numb. However, He had gradually become accustomed to it. His strength would advance by leaps and bounds if he made this breakthrough. However, making a breakthrough was 100 times more difficult for him as compared to an ordinary man, or perhaps 1,000 times. That was the reason why he'd always go out on adventures. He'd always apply a myriad of methods to make breakthroughs. An ordinary person's cultivation might have never advanced if they had come across such difficulties and barriers like Yi Shiwen. He attacked again and again. He'd attack countless times in each attempt. He had become habituated to such delays while making a breakthrough long ago. So he was in no hurry. Crack! Yi Shiwen heard the cracking sound deep in his heart. So he habitually attacked the barrier of the late stage of the semi-sage realm once again. But he didn't fail this time. On the contrary, he broke the barrier of the late stage of the semi-sage realm in one attack. Yi Shiwen's aura finally had no obstacles. So it unceasingly burst out of his body and surged across. Yi Shiwen heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally made the breakthrough into the late stage of the semi-sage realm. His fighting strength had also climbed up once again, and it had now reached the peak of the intermediate stage of the sage realm. He was now sure that he could contend against the weaker experts of the late stage of the sage realm. Moreover, his current strength was enough to sweep away the experts of the intermediate stage of the sage realm. This was an astonishing change for him. However, another problem had arrived in front of him once he had made the breakthrough into the late stage of the semi-sage realm. And that was, how would he make the breakthrough into the sage realm? His fighting strength had made the breakthrough into the sage realm, but his actual cultivation hadn't made the breakthrough into the sage realm. In fact, his fighting strength had already made the breakthrough into the sage realm long ago. However, this had also brought a huge trouble for him. His fighting strength was making the breakthroughs at a very fast speed, but his cultivation realm couldn't keep up with that speed, and this had made the thresholds even stronger and more firm for him. Hence, making a breakthrough had become countless times more difficult for him than an ordinary person. Therefore, he couldn't liberalize his fighting strength to grow uncontrollably. Perhaps he might not be able to cross a mountain like the sage realm in his entire life if he didn't control his fighting strength and it grew too far away from his reach. It was very difficult for him to make the breakthrough into the sage realm even at this stage. In fact, it was far more difficult for him than it was for an ordinary person. Those enormous scarlet energies couldn't help him to enter the sage realm. However, Yi Shiwen recalled many pill-making methods at this time. In fact, Yi Mo had once comprehended many pill-making methods. He had learned to concoct a myriad of medicinal pills, and they had ranged from low-quality ones to the high-quality ones. Yi Mo's previous master, the mighty Devil Lord, had once traveled through many worlds unhindered and had killed countless alchemy masters who used to refine medicinal pills. Consequently, he had obtained methods for a variety of pills. One of those medicinal pills could help a person to make the breakthrough into the sage realm. Moreover, there were different kinds of such pills. Yi Shiwen quickly picked one of those pills. Break Sage Yellow Pill. Yi Shiwen knew many such pill-making methods. However, he didn't wish to walk on the path of alchemy. Moreover, it was simply impossible to walk on this road by merely depending upon his unorthodox methods. One must know that the research and refinement behind each alchemy method required the support of huge volume of resources and medicinal ingredients. In fact, almost every renowned alchemy master of the past had been supported by some big force. However, he had no choice at this time. He needed to take this road since he felt that it was difficult to make the breakthrough into the sage realm. To be continued. Chapter 489. Chapter 489. Cuts off that dog's claw. Yi Shiwen realized that 1 year had passed after he came out from the secret territory of the Yuan school. Chief Fifin had already returned to the true martial university and had submerged himself into cultivation after they had helped a Yuan school in wiping out the Qi state's forces. The Yi Yuan school was the only big force in the 10 countries of Southeast region at the moment. They couldn't deal with Qi coalition in the beginning. However, they had now defeated the Qi coalition and had even annihilated several sage experts. Yi Yuan school was still busy in fixing those huge internal damages. The 5 big forces of the great Yu state thought that they could dominate the whole land in the beginning. Even the people of the Yi Yuan school found that they lacked the strength whenever they got the real opportunity. In fact, it was still a bit insufficient even if they put out the entirety of their resources. They had chosen a descendant of the royal clan of the Yu state to step onto the throne. Yi Yuan school didn't care about the worldly matters as long as they were the most dominant martial art force in this territory and were free to cultivate in seclusion. Moreover, Yi Yuan school didn't go on an expedition in the rest of Southeast region, nor did they swallow the entire territory by taking advantage of the prolonged dispute with the great Wu state. This was very unlike of what everyone had thought. The majority of the strong forces had been uprooted in the clash between the Qi coalition and Yi Shiwen's team, and the great Wu state didn't have any power left to resist as a result. So, the Yi Yuan school had already expanded up to its limit when it came to expansion in the new territory. They would have also met the same fate as the Qi coalition had if they were to try and overstep their bounds. However, the Yu state had still managed to annex the Wu state despite the fact that each country had sustained huge casualties. Consequently, they had leapt up and had become the biggest force among the now 9 countries of the Southeast region. Yi Shiwen also didn't stay any longer after he saw that the great Yu state and Yi Yuan school had already cleared the mess and had begun the post-war reconstruction. He returned to the True Martial University and began to collect the raw materials for the Break Sage Yellow Pill, after he bid farewell to everyone in Yi Yuan school. Yi Shiwen's current cultivation had become twice as strong as before. In fact, he had returned to the True Martial University from the Yi Yuan school in just half an hour upon his rainbow light. His speed would have been even higher if he had used his devil wings. Yi Shiwen wasn't anxious. He had unceasingly organized his principles on his way back. He possessed 1,200 Tao principles, and each of them was terribly profound. In addition, his aura looked mysterious. His realm had gotten stuck in the late stage of the semi-sage realm, and it couldn't advance quickly. Therefore, he wasn't in a situation where he could continue to increase his principles. He could only deepen the understanding of these principles. His strength was enough to sweep away the powerful experts of the intermediate stage of the sage realm and some weak experts of the late stage of the sage realm. He could do things which others at his level couldn't. Yi Shiwen, the best way for you to make the breakthrough into the sage realm is by using alchemy to refine pills. The power of the medicinal pills can help you in crossing this threshold. Yi Mo's voice suddenly reverberated in Yi Shiwen's mind. His voice was still feeble. However, it had become much better than before. Yi Shiwen nodded. He and Yi Mo had thought about this solution separately. He didn't care whether his foundation was unstable or not. His foundation was incredibly profound. The difficulty he'd face in making the breakthroughs every time had also made his accumulation 1,000 times more profound than that of an ordinary person's. Other people couldn't be compared with him in this aspect, so he could digest any medicinal pill without any danger. How much have you recovered by now? Yi Shiwen asked. I've recovered a bit after swallowing the Blood Emperor seal. However, it's still just a drop in the bucket. Yi Mo shook his head. He forced a smile and said, It mainly depends upon you now. The quicker your strength would promote, the quicker I will recover. It's 100 times more difficult for you to make a breakthrough than an ordinary person as per your current foundation. However, your fighting strength will advance and reach the peak of the sage realm once you make the breakthrough. It may even surpass the late stage of the sage realm. However, the biggest problem for you is that you must be careful of the schemes. Those rival sects must be targeting you. They will frequently plot against you, by hook or by crook. Fortunately, you are in the domain of the true Martial University in the southern region. The true Martial University can look after you and protect you here. However, you may be chased down by countless forces once you venture out. Yi-Mo said, I will be careful. However, how will I see the rainbow if I don't face the winds and rain? The small plants inside the greenhouse can't grow taller and stronger than a big tree in the wild. My present experiences are nothing in comparison to that ancient phoenix world. Yi Shiwen looked firm as he replied. He would often think about that humiliation when he had seen those people take Hua Menghan away. A rage had ignited in his heart. Don't take the unfair advantage of my young age. Everything would reverse once I grow older and more powerful. Just wait and see. Sigh, you. Yi-Mo sighed. You still differed by far if that ancient phoenix world is your target. Yi-Mo's voice again disappeared after he was done talking. He had again landed into deep slumber. Yi Shiwen didn't think much and entered the true Martial University, treading on the rainbow light. However, he was surprised to see that the true Martial University was in celebration mood at this time. He didn't know what kind of happy occasion this was. However, he wasn't interested in knowing that either. So, he directly went to the Merit Palace Hall to receive his reward. The opportunity to cultivate in the Water Moon Fairyland wasn't the only reward he had gotten for winning this time's martial arts competition. He had also obtained a reward in addition to this, and this reward was his personal floating peak. He had received this reward so that he could set up his personal abode for cultivation. Only some true disciples of the great sage realm used to enjoy such treatment, along with a few core disciples of the sage realm about whom the university was very optimistic. Even some other people who had provided great services used to get such treatments, and Yi Shiwen had undoubtedly done both. He had killed many other Forces Heaven's pride experts in this martial arts competition. The true Martial University hadn't said it openly. However, it was a great service towards them in reality. Plus, his performance was extraordinary. Therefore, such a reward for him was only natural. He had gone to the Water Moon Fairyland on the very next day of his victory in the championship, and he had gone to the Yuan school after he had come out of there. Therefore, he hadn't gotten a chance to collect his reward. So, it was the time to receive the reward now. These floating peak abodes were basically microcosms. Even the experts beyond the level of great sage couldn't spot someone if they were to practice inside such microcosms. It was said that each of these floating peaks had been personally crafted by the experts beyond great sage realm. So, these peaks possessed endless prowess. It was appropriate for a highly secretive person like Yi Shiwen. What? My peak isn't here? Yi Shiwen looked at the disciple at the front desk of the Merit Palace Hall with glaring eyes. Yes, senior brother Yi. The front desk disciple forced a smile as he saw Yi Shiwen. He was merely at the legendary's great, complete realm. He hadn't even entered the semi-sage realm. How he could withstand Yi Shiwen's imposing aura. Yi Shiwen had intentionally controlled his aura. However, even a tiny bit of it was enormous for this disciple. The Supreme Lord himself has rewarded me this peak. It can't possibly disappear like that. This joke isn't funny. Yi Shiwen restrained that tiny bit of imposing aura that was leaking out. He also knew that there must be some problem, since this front desk disciple couldn't dare to defraud him. Well, senior brother Yi. The Merit Palace Hall's disciple somewhat hesitantly looked at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had joined the university after him, but he had become a senior expert now. However, he didn't have any complaints or hesitation in calling him senior brother. This world was such that powerful people were respected by others. In fact, the real reason is that senior brother Mu Sheng Jia has returned. The front desk disciple carefully looked around. It seemed as if he wanted to make sure that nobody was eavesdropping. He was quite careful. Yi Shiwen searched his own memory, and he immediately remembered Mu Xingjie. This man used to be extremely popular in the True Martial University. He was a senior disciple of the law enforcement hall back then. He had boasted great influence in the law enforcement hall. He was second only to the great lord and the elders of the law enforcement hall. However, it was a long time ago. It was said that he had taken a group of disciples to a remnant abode on True Martial University's expedition 100 years ago. The reason why Yi Shiwen remembered this man was because Mu Xingjie and Big Brother Huang Wuji were sworn enemies. Both exceptional talents had arrived in the True Martial University at the same time. Thereafter, they had come into the limelight in the True Martial University. All other Heaven's Pride experts looked inferior to these two peak talents. However, both of them had soon become the most problematic individuals from Pride in the eyes of the True Martial University. Both of them were peak talents. However, they were also sworn enemies. In fact, they had a lifelong enmity between them. They would frequently oppose each other with equal bitterness. However, Huang Wuji had been sent into exile for several hundred years later. This was because he had killed a senior, great sage expert of the law enforcement hall, and the True Martial University had become peaceful ever since. Yi Shiwen clearly knew that Huang Wuji was ferocious. Therefore, he was impressed by this person who had frequently opposed the big brother with equal ferocity. "What does his return have to do with me?" Yi Shiwen asked. What could be the relation between Mu Xingjie's return and him not getting the peak? It seems that senior brother Yi has recently returned from outside. That's probably why he still doesn't know. Senior brother Mu had led a lot of disciples on an expedition to a remnant abode 100 years ago, and he has brought that place and that abode under our True Martial University's control now. The experts of the other forces have been wiped out. So, he has done a great service for the True Martial University, the front desk disciple explained. An expression of reverence appeared on his face. Senior brother Mu has deliberately rewarded these disciples who had accompanied him on the expedition for their accomplishments. Many senior sage experts have been rewarded with floating peak abodes, and senior brother Mu has personally asked for and taken your peak. What? He has gone too far. Yi Shiwen stared at him with his glaring eyes. He didn't give a rat's ass about Mu Sheng from where he had returned, and whether he had done any great service or not. However, he had taken away the peak which belonged to him. This was clearly aimed at him. He couldn't believe that nobody would have warned Mu Xingjie when he was taking the peak, and informed him that this peak had been set aside for Yi Shiwen by the Supreme Lord. However, he had still taken it away. What did this show? This clearly showed that Mu Xingjie was targeting him. True Martial University's floating peaks were precious. However, they were present in large quantities. There were many peaks that didn't have any owners. However, he had still taken away his peak. Wasn't this obvious? Good, he has done it now. Yi Shiwen laughed instead of being extremely angry. Senior brother Yi, you can choose another floating peak. The Supreme Lord has told me to give you any floating peak of your choice. The front desk disciple said, There's no need. They don't belong to me, so I don't want them. However, I will cut off the claw of the dog who dares to touch my stuff. Yi Shiwen coldly replied, To be continued. Chapter 490. It was the Metropolis single peak, as that disciple had mentioned. In fact, there was no need to get too tangled with this matter. However, the opposite party had targeted him, and Yi Shiwen couldn't swallow this thing. Do you know whose hands the Metropolis single peak has fallen into? Yi Shiwen asked. I've heard that it has fallen into the hands of Do Hexing. He is a disciple of the previous session. He was quite famous among the disciples of the previous session. He later went on an expedition to those ruins along with senior brother Mu Xingjie, and he has returned now. I've also heard that he has already entered the Sage Realm. He has been rewarded with Metropolis single peak. That disciple answered. That disciple looked at Yi Shiwen. Sage expert wasn't as exaggerated in existence for that disciple, unlike the people of the 10 countries of Southeast region. However, a sage expert was hard to match nonetheless. However, this man who stood before his eyes wasn't a pushover either. So, it wasn't good to make him angry either. In fact, one inappropriate sentence and he might attack. Yi Shiwen didn't have a small number of murders to his name either. The law enforcement hall was too flamboyant. It was an independent force that was big enough to rival the influence of the Merit Palace Hall. However, they were bound to face a fierce retaliation from him if they were to provoke him. There were only a handful of people in Hidden Star Peak, but all of them were rebellious and downright crazy. Even their leading disciple Huang Wuji had once been provoked like this, and the so-called might of the law enforcement hall had groveled before his wrath. I will go and see who has dared to lay hands on my stuff. Yi Shiwen sneered. He took large strides and trod out of the Merit Palace Hall. He then transformed into a streamer of light and disappeared. There was a jubilant atmosphere on a floating peak located in the depths of the true Marshall University. Metropolis Single Peak was engraved on a huge stele at the foot of the mountain. There was a palace situated atop the floating peak. A group of disciples who were clad in different clothes were sitting in wooden chairs in a circle, and an approximately 25 or 26-year-old man was sitting on the main chair. His facial features looked rough and wild. He possessed a wild aura. The killing intention that he had honed during the expedition hadn't completely vanished yet. Many congratulations to Senior Brother Do on moving into your new home. A disciple took the initiative and cupped his hands in obeisance as he said. Other disciples also followed suit and cupped their hands in obeisance as they congratulated him. That man with rough and wild facial features was Do Hexing. His faintly looming principles and aura were leaking out of his body every now and then. Do Hexing let out a tiny smile in the face of everyone's praise. However, he was very happy inwardly. People hadn't been very optimistic about him in the beginning. Then he had left for the ruins along with Mu Shangjia, and he had obtained enough in return after his arrival at this time. The efforts he had made over the last 100 years hadn't gone in vain. I would also like to congratulate Senior Brother Do for attaining such a huge achievement and moving a step forward to the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm. An individual from other side congratulated him once again. The faces of the other people exposed a slightly envious look. Their cultivations had been at the same level as his in the beginning. However, they were still swaying in the initial stage of the Sage Realm at this time. In fact, some of them were still at the semi-Sage Realm. However, the other party had already entered the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm. So, it was evident that his cultivation must have been toned very well. It's nothing. Do Hexing waved his hand. He tried to pretend that he didn't care about this thing. However, the smile at the corner of his mouth showed how complacent he was with his achievement. However, I've heard that this abode belongs to some other disciple. Someone raised this topic. I know. I've heard that he's the champion of this time's martial arts competition that had taken place between the 4 major forces. Someone who had heard about Yi Shiwen added. These powerhouses of the sage experts didn't care about the new disciples. What was the value of a new heavens pride expert for them? A new disciple may have become a heavens pride expert, but the said individual was still a new disciple, nothing more. They didn't need to be wary of a new disciple. They could easily dominate the new disciples whenever they wanted to. He is also a heavens pride level expert. Someone raised his eyebrow and said. They couldn't do anything regarding a heavens pride of the same generation. However, they didn't worry much about these younger generations' heavens pride experts. He might grow up to an astonishing condition in the future. However, that wouldn't happen anytime soon. So, there was nothing to be afraid of. Humph! He has merely won the martial arts competition, and he was rewarded with a floating peak. It's very unfair. We had gone on True Martial University's expedition. So, We should be the ones to get such a reward. What are those newbies in front of us? They are merely like flowers in a greenhouse. Do Hexing raised his eyebrows as he said in extreme anger. This was unfair in his opinion. He had been on True Martial University's expedition for 100 years, so he deserved such rewards. What did that Yi Shiwen do? He had merely won the martial arts competition and had obtained such rewards in return. He believed that those high-level old fogies had gone blind. That semi-sage disciple who had revealed Yi Zaiwen's identity looked at Do Hexing. He didn't know what to say. Yi Shiwen hadn't merely won an ordinary martial arts competition. Furthermore, he had also slaughtered many peak heavens pride experts of the rival forces. The result of such contribution might not be visible in a short time. However, everyone would come to know after a long time had passed. He had effectively eliminated many senior, great sage experts of the future. Many of his victims may have become great sage-level enemies, but he had made them disappear without any trace. So, this reward wasn't excessive if one were to consider it in this light. However, he didn't say anything out loud since he was faced with the unanimous waves that were crusading against Yi Shiwen. Moreover, he too was quite envious of Yi Shiwen. You are right. These new disciples don't deserve floating peaks. Those higher-ups are doing a favor on them. I've heard that several other Heaven's Pride experts have been rewarded with their personal floating peak abodes. A sage disciple spoke up in a bitter tone. How long ago he had entered the sage realm. However, he still couldn't dare to think about having his own floating peak. Then, how could he bear to see these young talents getting theirs at such a young age? The new disciples are supposed to maintain low-key profile and cultivate with care. We aren't allowed to deal with them. Otherwise, we could easily crush them to death. Another unsatisfied disciple added, Humph, humph, they haven't acted insolently yet. Do Hexing sneered and replied, However, I've heard that Yi Shiwen is quite insolent. He gives no respect to our law enforcement hall. One disciple had clearly heard about Yi Zaiwen's previous accomplishments, especially the matter that he had killed the disciples of the law enforcement hall right after he had entered the True Martial University. What did he do? Do Hexing frowned and asked. All of them were the disciples of the law enforcement hall. So, they were obviously the most sensitive with regard to matters when someone looked down upon their law enforcement hall. I've heard that he has killed many lower-ranked disciples of our law enforcement hall. Many cultivators of the younger generation that had been nurtured by our law enforcement hall have also died at his hands. That disciple replied, Audacious. Do Hexing banged his fist on the table and shouted ferociously. It seems that we have been gone for far too long. Many people have forgotten our law enforcement hall's prestige. One must be killed on the spot if they've dared to oppose our law enforcement. But he is still alive even though he has killed our law enforcement hall's people. Are you people pigs? The faces of those disciples turned dark red as they were scolded. However, they couldn't say anything in reply. They had secretly started to hate Yi Shiwen even more. Would they have been scolded if it weren't for Yi Shiwen? Which inheritance does he belong to? I can't believe that this bastard has dared to disrespect our law enforcement hall, and he's still being shielded by someone. Do Hexing's piercing gaze swept across them. The murderous aura that he had nurtured throughout his expedition of 100 years had soon diffused in the surroundings. That Yi Shiwen is a disciple of the Hidden Star Peak. We had put pressure on every major inheritance and had asked them to ignore his application to join them. All of them were afraid to offend us for one mere disciple. However, the people of the Hidden Star Peak offered him shelter. Moreover, they have also opposed us many times. We thought that he's just an ordinary disciple. We didn't expect that he could grow to this extent. It's that Hidden Star Peak again. Do Hexing frowned and said, It wasn't that they hadn't been able to deal with the people of the Hidden Star Peak this time alone. It had been this way since the start of that conflict between Huang Wuji and Mu Shangjie. It should be mentioned that the law enforcement hall couldn't deal with many people. After all, many people weren't fond of law enforcement hall's overbearing methods. The Hidden Star Peak didn't have many people. However, the Hidden Star Peak was considered as an eyesore by the law enforcement hall because of Huang Wuji. Why not attack as soon as possible, since we know that he's tough and it's difficult to deal with him? These cruel and untamed guys are the unstable elements that contaminate the university. So, it will be good for the university if we eradicate such people. Do Hexing suggested. He had forgotten that the disciples of the law enforcement hall couldn't be outdone when it came to being overbearing and unstable. Many high-level old fools are very optimistic about him. In fact, the old lord of Exan City has specially told our hall's lord to warn us against resorting to extreme methods against him. One disciple replied, "These old fools are taking unfair advantage of their positions. They are incompetent fools. Wait for Senior Brother Mu to occupy the top position of the Lord. We will sort such people out once that happens." Do Hexing clenched his fist and said. The other people weren't surprised either. The disciples of the law enforcement hall would often become the law enforcement's great lord. The great lord of the law enforcement hall was considered a big shot in the true martial university. In fact, the lord of the law enforcement hall stood side by side the supreme lord and the other big players in the university. In fact, even the supreme lord couldn't ignore the suggestions of the law enforcement hall's great lord. And Mu Shangjie had almost been accepted as the next lord of the law enforcement hall. Many other elites were also cultivating in the law enforcement hall, and many of them were classified as important cultivators as well. However, those people couldn't be compared with Mu Shangjie. In fact, most of them had been trained under Mu Shangjie, so he hardly had any decent opponent. Therefore, it was already final that Mu Shangjie would be the next great lord of the law enforcement hall. But Mu Shangjie wasn't satisfied with the position of the law enforcement's great lord. He was eyeing at the position of the supreme lord. Not a single disciple of the law enforcement hall had ever acquired the top position in the university. After all, one must think about the concerns of other powerful organizations as well, who would check and balance the growth of the law enforcement hall if a person of the law enforcement hall itself had reached at the top position. Therefore, the people having backgrounds in these authorities were often not selected for the top position. However, he didn't care. Nobody could stop him if he wanted to do something. In fact, he could create history, since nobody had accomplished it before. This idea had enormously affected these disciples since they were under his control. Do Hexing's voice had barely faded when a loud shout suddenly sounded from outside, "Get out!" To be continued. Chapter 491. Get out! A loud shout came from outside. Who is daring to act so audaciously here? Everyone in the group looked at each other in shock. They hadn't expected that someone could arrive here and provoke them. Who are you? Do you have a death wish? How dare you intrude into our law enforcement hall's territory and provoke us? Everyone cursed in quick succession. This was akin to a tight slap on their faces. Who are you? Do Hexing asked the person who stood outside the metropolis single peak. He saw a young man who was approximately 20 years old. He was clad in black clothes. His complexion looked indifferent. He was standing firmly in midair. Yi Shiwen. Someone in this group recognized Yi Shiwen. Many of these retinues didn't approve of Yi Shiwen deep down in their hearts. However, his reputation had skyrocketed after the Four Forces martial arts competition. You're Yi Shiwen? Do Hexing coldly looked at this man who stood before his eyes and asked with some interest, "You're Do Hexing?" Yi Shiwen opened his mouth and asked. He frowned and said, "Don't you know that this is my abode?" "I know." Do Hexing laughed mischievously. Then his facial expression turned sinister and started to look very ugly. But Do Hexing raised his head and shot a glance at Yi Shiwen. He then said, "It's mine now." We want move out of here. This is our law enforcement hall's area now. Let's attack him right now. Let's take the advantage of this opportunity and annihilate this insolent guy. Let's put him down. Several people shouted from behind Do Hexing. Many of them already considered Yi Shiwen to be an eyesore. Yi Zaiwen's existence had enormously decreased the law enforcement hall's prestige and status. Moreover, many of their law enforcement hall's disciples had also sustained injuries because of him. So, they obviously weren't happy with Yi Shiwen. This man is someone who hesitates to do something until he's forced. He has even dared to come here by himself in order to kill all of us. I think those old guys won't have anything to say in this matter. Our law enforcement hall must restore its prestige since Senior Brother Mu has returned. A disciple maliciously spoke up. Yi Shiwen had killed several disciples of the law enforcement hall. However, he was still alive and kicking since the law enforcement hall hadn't been able to catch him. This was obviously a big humiliation for them. Even their leftover prestige had vanished. It wouldn't make up for this insult if they had gotten hold of this man who had killed their disciples and had offended their organization to such extent. The Law Enforcement Hall was responsible for maintaining the laws of the true martial university. Therefore, the loss of their prestige was deadly for them. I was looking for an opportunity to teach you a lesson. However, I must slaughter you since you've offended my people, and I will restore the prestige of our law enforcement hall by doing this. Do Hexing roared loudly. He hadn't been present in the true martial university for 100 years. However, he had already formed a bad impression of Yi Shiwen from whatever he had heard about him thus far. How dare a trivial semi-sage expert be arrogant before me? Do Hexing suddenly attacked. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the spirit energies from the surroundings. Those spirit energies were absorbed by his hands and got transformed into a pair of big hands. Those big hands then swept down towards Yi Shiwen. It was a secret martial arts technique. It looked quite simple. However, it was an extremely exquisite martial arts technique. The entire space had been distorted under the hold of his hands. Is this the legendary technique, Control Crane, 7 Divine Hands? This secret martial technique is a supreme technique which was created by some almighty force if one is to believe the legends. One can grab the mountains and rivers and split them within their grasp if they are able to practice this technique to the peak. However, hasn't Senior Brother Mu obtained it? Senior Brother Mu had found this secret technique when he had made a narrow escape from the ruins. How has Senior Brother Do learnt it? I know about this. It has been said that Senior Brother Mu has taught him a part of this technique because he had accomplished a great deed for him. He only knows a portion of this technique. However, it still possesses endless might. Senior Brother Do has become one of the strongest experts of the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm, even though he has entered the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm very recently. And that's all thanks to this set of martial arts. Control Crane, 7 Divine Hands. A mysterious light flashed in Yi Zaiwen's eyes. He and Mu Shangjia would certainly have to fight one day. So he wouldn't be caught off guard at that time if he would get to see this technique now, since this martial arts had been taught to this man by Mu Shangjia himself. Yi Shiwen felt that an incomparably powerful fluctuating power had emerged out of Do Hexing's body after he had used the Control Crane 7 Divine Hands technique. His terrifying vitality surged up, and the dreadful strength of the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm manifested. Yi Shiwen was wary in his heart. He must kill him on the spot, and mustn't give him any opportunity to fight back. Otherwise, he might not be able to deal with the enemy's deep strength even if he were to use the full extent of his semi-sage powers. He had cultivated his strength over the 100 years he wasn't in the true martial university. So, Yi Shiwen obviously didn't know his real fighting strength. Therefore, the only possibility would be to give up and get killed if Yi Shiwen allowed him to unleash the true extent of his powers. Yi Shiwen shouted and stretched out his hand. It transformed into a fire-colored cloud as it took the form of a big hand. It seemed as if his big hand would shake the heavens and break down the earth as it swept down from the sky. The fire cloud's falling sky hand would reach the level of perfection when used by Yi Shiwen. Consequently, this attack made the entire horizon collapse and left it to split open. Only red tracks were left in the vast sky. Rumble! 3 big hands collided in the sky. Yi Zaiwen's fire cloud's falling sky hand routed the offensive of the control crane 7 divine hands at a lightning speed. In fact, the opponent's move collapsed at the very first encounter. Therefore, the clash didn't continue for too long. This had left everyone dumbstruck. How could the legendary control crane 7 divine hands be so weak? How is this possible? You're just a semi-sage realm expert, nothing more. How can you be a match for me? Do Hexing couldn't believe this. It was simply unbelievable. Other people didn't know that he hadn't showed any leniency. In fact, he had gone all out. He had revealed the entire extent of his powers in order to kill Yi Shiwen. However, he hadn't thought that he still wouldn't be able to kill Yi Shiwen. On the contrary, his own offensive had been routed. What kind of technique is this? How it can be so ferocious? Do Hexing couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen had more strength than him. He was only a semi-sage expert. How he could contend against an expert of the intermediate stage of the sage realm. The only possible explanation was that it had happened because of the technique he had used. This is the fire cloud's falling sky hand. Someone on the other side recognized this technique. He knew that this was Fire Cloud's falling sky hand. This is Fire Cloud Cave's technique. You're a spy of the Fire Cloud Cave? It seemed as if Do Hexing had suddenly grabbed an opportunity to prove his point. You've dared to collaborate with the people of Fire Cloud Cave. You are courting death. Ha ha! You will die this time. Nobody can save you. Idiot! Can only the people of the Fire Cloud Cave have the Fire Cloud's falling sky hand? Yi Shiwen sneered in reply. It's impossible. Even the Fire Cloud's falling sky hand can't defeat the control crane 7 divine hands in this way. Someone still couldn't believe this. Senior Brother Mu had once crushed the body of a top heavens pride expert of the Fire Cloud Cave and had extinguished his soul with the help of the control crane 7 divine hands. It doesn't matter whether the technique is ferocious or not. Everything depends on the man who uses it. Yi Shiwen sneered. There were many techniques which didn't have any difference in their intensities. In fact, most of them were almost at the same level. It didn't matter whether it was ferocious or not. The most important factor was the person who was using them. There have been plenty of examples of this in the history. For example, Chao Feng had used long-range punch and kicking style named long fist martial art to defeat countless heroes. Yi Shiwen was at such a state that he would be more powerful than Do Hexing even if his strength were to drop to its 1/10. However, that should have been an impossible scenario. After all, Yi Zaiwen's cultivation was only at the late stage of the semi-sage realm. But his fighting strength was enough to sweep away the experts of the intermediate stage of the sage realm. In fact, he could even contend against some of the weak experts of the late stage of the sage realm. This is impossible. Do Hexing couldn't believe this. The control crane 7 divine hands swept down towards Yi Shiwen once again. I don't understand what you're so optimistic about. Bang! Yi Shiwen unleashed a backhand blow, and the Fire Cloud's falling sky hand attacked once again. The fire-colored big hand ripped apart Do Hexing's control crane 7 divine hands and struck him on his body. Poof! Do Hexing felt that a heavy force had suddenly banged upon his body. In fact, this slap had broken down his defenses and had smashed against his body in a split second. He felt a strange taste in his mouth and suddenly spouted mouthful of blood. Crunch, crunch! It wasn't clear how many of his bones had been broken. In fact, it seemed as if the entirety of the bones in his body had been crushed by Yishuin. Bang! His body crashed onto the ground on the metropolis' single peak, like a meteor, and a huge pit the size of his body had been formed in the ground as a result. He couldn't even move. Moreover, he soon came to realize that his cultivation had been destroyed. Slim-looking man. This was more severe than a death penalty. Death ends the entirety of one's troubles. He had lingered around life or death several times in his expedition of 100 years. So, death wasn't a big deal for him. However, he had now been tossed into a situation where he hadn't died, but hadn't been left to live either. He had become a cripple since his martial arts cultivation had been destroyed, and this feeling had left him so depressed that he wanted to die. How can this man be so ferocious? Senior Brother Do had followed Senior Brother Mu in the expedition to those ruins for many years. He possessed such high cultivation. However, he couldn't even resist one move from this guy. Isn't he just a new disciple of this session? How he can be so outrageously powerful? Someone who couldn't believe this exclaimed, "He has dared to destroy Senior Brother Do's martial arts cultivation. This man is extremely fierce. He is like an exceptionally ominous devil." Someone was left dumbstruck, since he had witnessed that Yi Shiwen had destroyed Do Hexing's martial arts cultivation. They had obviously heard Yi Zaiwen's fierce name in the past. They had also heard that he had never had any trouble winning. However, Yi Shiwen had earned a fierce reputation among the younger generation. So, the seniors didn't care too much about that. They believed that the younger generation's disciples would need too much time to reach to their level. In fact, they felt that even the Heaven's Pride experts of the younger generation would need several decades for that. So, they obviously hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen would surpass their strength so quickly. They had obviously heard rumors about him, but they had believed them to be mere rumors, nothing more. So, they wouldn't have been shocked to such an extent if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. The time duration for which the law enforcement had been regulating the true martial university's punishment laws was unclear. They had already established supreme prestige among the ordinary disciples in the past. In fact, one would have to face a situation even worse than death if they dared to violate their rules or offended them. However, Yi Shiwen hadn't met an untimely death even though he had dared to attack the law enforcement hall head-on. On the contrary, he had ultimately risen above the others and had become an extraordinary persona. Yi Shiwen grinned and revealed his white teeth. He was unaware how Mu Shangjie had come to know about him. However, he wasn't the type of person who'd just sit and wait for death when the opposite party had already made a move. To be continued. Chapter 492. Yi Shiwen wasn't the kind of person who would sit idle and wait for death. Nobody could make him resign to the fate. He hadn't been afraid of anyone since the time he had entered the true martial university. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong was the common issue that everyone faced. The people of the law enforcement hall wanted to implicate him for restoring their prestige. It wasn't that he hadn't warned some of these people. He had warned some of these people to not mess with him. However, he didn't expect that he would end up attracting the attention of a figure like Mu Xingjie. One must know that Yi Shiwen just looked promising enough to enter the great sage realm in many people's opinion. However, Mu Xingjie had already entered the great sage realm, and only the real great sage experts had the authority to speak up in the true martial university. But this authority wasn't extended to those who had merely been labeled as geniuses by other people. In fact, this tag was pretty much worthless before the real deal. It wasn't clear how many geniuses were present in this world. Perhaps 100 million would be a good estimate. It couldn't be said that they looked like a group of ants gathered at one place. However, it was almost the same in reality. Geniuses of different ages and levels had gathered at one place. However, not even 1% of them could reach to the top. A large number of such geniuses used to arrive in the true martial university in every 100 years. geniuses, and so on were most valuable. However, they were also the most worthless at the same time. Yi Shiwen, how dare you! Do Hexing roared and glared at Yi Shiwen. However, he looked weak as he said this, since he didn't have the strength to stand up again. His entire martial arts cultivation had been destroyed. What should I not dare? Don't forget that you are standing in my abode. And I remember, according to the regulations of the university, I won't be held responsible even if I kill you, since you have arrived here in secrecy and without taking the permission of the real owner of this peak. Yi Shiwen grinned and revealed his white teeth. They were shining very radiantly in the sunlight. However, the courage of the disciples of the law enforcement hall had vanished as they heard Yi Zaiwen's words. This splendid smile was similar to that of a devil's in their opinion. An expert of the intermediate stage of the sage realm, like Do Hexing, looked like a paper toy in front of him. In fact, he had fallen apart with just one poke. He was no match for Yi Shiwen. They recalled one such rule. However, it was them who had initially recalled this rule in order to find an excuse to kill Yi Shiwen. The Metropolis Single Peak was Do Hexing's domain in their opinion. So, they had a great opportunity to kill Yi Shiwen here. And those old fogies wouldn't be able to say anything even if they wanted to. However, they didn't expect that the situation would reverse. Those who had believed themselves to be predators in the beginning had become their prey at this time. And they were shivering in front of Yi Shiwen since they weren't a match for him. No, this is my abode. It seemed as if Do Hexing didn't wish to give up. He had become a crippled person since his martial arts cultivation had been destroyed. So he might not be able to catch up with his past achievements, even if he would get the opportunity to restore his cultivation in the future. Even the safety of his life would be in danger in the future. It wasn't known how many people he had offended in the past. And he would now be even worse than rats for those old enemies without his martial arts cultivation if he were to face them again. So they could easily crush him to death. Your abode? I don't know how this place has become your abode. Yi Shiwen sneered and said, You yourself can go and verify that this is my Yi Zaiwen's abode. The Supreme Lord himself has especially rewarded me this abode. This abode was expropriated by Senior Brother Mu, and he has given it to us as a reward. Do Hexing was burning with rage as he looked at Yi Shiwen. However, it was no longer a killer gaze as it used to be. Mu Shengjia, what does he think of himself? Does he consider himself as True Martial University's Supreme Lord? Yi Shiwen laughed disdainfully. When did he gain the authority to have the final say? And you thought it's really yours because he said it's yours? He had thought about this point carefully, and this was where he was making sense in this matter. After all, the Supreme Lord had rewarded him this peak. And this man took it over because Mu Shengjia had said that he could have it? How this could be such a simple matter? Do Hexing became angry. Mu Shengjia was like a god to him. However, he was no better than dog shit in Yi Zaiwen's opinion. So, Yi Zaiwen's logical argument had touched a sore spot. He previously didn't care about Yi Shiwen. However, it wasn't because he considered that Mu Shengjia was superior to the Supreme Lord. He believed that Mu Shengjia must have his reasons since he had done so. Moreover, he believed that Mu Shengjia could take care of high-level matter as long as he could deal with Yi Shiwen when he would come back. And that's the end. However, he underestimated Yi Shiwen. After all, Yi Shiwen had arrived only 10 years ago, and he himself had arrived 100 years ago. So, there wasn't supposed to be any problem even if Yi Shiwen was this session's top heaven's pride expert. Therefore, he allowed Yi Shiwen to speak so long as he could defeat Yi Shiwen. Verbal attacks are powerless anyway. However, he hadn't thought that Yi Shiwen would be so terrifying that an expert of the intermediate stage of the sage realm like him would appear like a paper toy in front of him and would be defeated by him so quickly. He was the kind of person who was most proud of his own strength. However, he stood no chance in front of Yi Shiwen. This thing had hurt him the most. More and more disciples had gathered in the surroundings by now. The fight between Yi Shiwen and Do Hexing had extracted massive amounts of spirit energies from the surrounding area of over 50 kilometers radius, and this had alarmed many sage-level disciples who were undergoing closed-door training. An ordinary fight couldn't alarm these top-notch disciples of the true martial university. However, the sage-level fight between Yi Shiwen and Do Hexing had alarmed them. In fact, many powerful existences had also swept out their divine senses from the depths of the true martial university. This place was located in the depths of the true martial university, and many powerful existences were present in the depths at this time. So they swept out their divine sense in quick succession to check. Isn't he Yi Shiwen? How this can be possible? Isn't that Do Hexing, who has recently arrived? How has he been beaten to such an extent that his martial arts cultivation has been destroyed? Has this Yi Shiwen actually done it just now? It's impossible. Do Hexing is a disciple of the previous session. And what is this Yi Shiwen? He is only a new disciple of this session. There is a difference of at least 100 years between them. However, this situation looks so. Leave the past. Yi Shiwen is the so-called Heaven's Pride expert. You yourself used to be a Heaven's Pride expert when you had arrived in that session back then. You are well aware that ordinary reasoning doesn't apply on the Heaven's Pride experts. However, why are they fighting each other? And Yi Shiwen has even resorted to such extreme methods. Isn't he afraid that he will be punished by the high-level experts? I think I know the reason. Yi Shiwen has won this time's martial arts competition among the four forces. He was supposedly rewarded with a floating peak abode, and this peak before our eyes must be that one. However, Mu Xingjie snatched it later. So, I reckon that this must be the reason behind this conflict. Again, it's Hidden Star Peak and Law Enforcement Hall. Can't they stay together? It seems that the senior disciples of the Hidden Star Peak and Law Enforcement Hall don't have friendly relations. What's strange in this? The Law Enforcement Hall regulates the punishment laws of our true martial university. However, their way of working is very high-handed and overbearing. Don't all of us dislike them? The Hidden Star Peak doesn't have too many disciples. However, all of them are incredible. Whether it's Huang Wuji or Yi Shiwen, each of them is cruel and untamed. How they will obey the Law Enforcement Hall. And this has resulted in a hostile situation between them. Yi Shiwen coldly looked at Do Hexing. He didn't launch another attack on him because they were in the true martial university. Otherwise, this man would have died at his hands by now. He then entered the metropolis single peak. This would be his abode in the future. This would be his lair. However, Yi Shiwen hadn't traveled too far inside the metropolis single peak when a rumbling sound suddenly reverberated, and it seemed as if he had triggered some matrix formation. Countless spirit energies present in the surroundings gathered up as a result, and they condensed at the center of the matrix formation and took a humanoid form. It turned out to be the form of a man. However, it wasn't clearly visible. A dreadful pressure emerged out of this man's body and swept towards Yi Shiwen to subjugate him. In fact, it seemed as if it would crush him in the very next moment. Yi Shiwen looked in the direction of that man. However, he could only see that man's ice-cold and ruthless eyes. He looked towards Yi Shiwen and said, "You're Yi Shiwen? Good, you're very courageous. You dared to barge into the abode of a core disciple. Do you know what kind of offense this is?" Offense. How would I know that returning to one's own home is an offense? Yi Shiwen sneered. His eyes had turned ice-cold. He was staring back at that man who had a fuzzy appearance. "I have given this peak to a disciple of our true martial university as a reward for doing great deeds for the university. And you have just won a martial arts competition. You don't deserve an abode." That man looked at Yi Shiwen and frowned as he spoke. Yi Shiwen finally guessed the identity of this man. His appearance wasn't clearly visible. However, he must be that Mu Shangjie. He possessed an incomparably formidable strength, and he must have laid down this matrix formation for the so-called future safety. Mu Shangjie, do you think that you're the Supreme Lord? Do you believe that whatever you say will become the law? You decided to give it to someone, and so it will happen. Yi Shiwen frowned. This Mu Shangjie was far more overbearing than what he had imagined. In fact, he was entirely different from a proud and aloof person like Huang Wuji. Both had risen to fame because of their own strength. However, their personas were entirely different. Huang Wuji was proud and aloof. He would often keep distance from the outsiders. However, he didn't dislike anyone. However, this Mu Shangjie was overbearing. Even the spectators disliked him. That's right. Whatever I say becomes the law. My word is the law in the true martial university. Yi Shiwen, you have committed many mistakes. You've killed the disciples of my law enforcement hall. I wasn't present at that time. However, I have caught you red-handed now. Mu Shangjie spoke up in a matter-of-fact manner, and he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. You must surrender now. I know you are quite talented. So, I can let you go if you hand over your treasures and destroy your own martial arts cultivation. This is the only way for you to survive. Good. It's a brilliant idea. Yi Shiwen clenched his teeth in anger and replied, This thing would be even worse than death. You don't know how to appreciate a favor. Mu Shangjie shouted, and a big hand suddenly swept towards Yi Shiwen to grab him. To be continued. Chapter 493. Slaughtered. Saga Mu Shangjie stretched out his hand to grab Yi Shiwen. The land under Yi Shiwen's feet began to disintegrate under the terrifying pressure. In fact, cracks had begun to appear in the ground. It looked exceptionally terrifying. This was the same control crane, 7 divine hands. However, it looked completely different in Mu Shangjie's hand as compared to what Do Hexing had displayed. In fact, these were 2 entirely different kinds of feelings. Even the disparity between them was very big. It didn't seem as if the unleashed power was from the same technique. In fact, there was a big disparity in every aspect, and it was simply beyond imagination. However, this didn't happen because there was disparity in the essence of the power technique. Do Hexing had practiced only a portion of this power technique. However, it couldn't be compared with Mu Shangjie's complete version of this power technique. And this disparity had basically occurred because of the difference in the martial power of both individuals. Only a wisp of Mu Shangjie's soul had incarnated here. Yes, that's right. Yi Shiwen had realized at a glance that it wasn't Mu Shangjie's actual body, but only a wisp of his soul. However, it was far more powerful than that Do Hexing, even if it was only a wisp of his soul. The dreadful strength of Mu Shangjie's real body was hard to imagine. Yi Shiwen's hands suddenly emitted golden lights. They then transformed into falling sky hand and swept out to grab. He was merely facing a wisp of Mu Shangjie's soul. However, he still didn't dare to underestimate him and used his entire strength from the get-go. Bang! The 2 big hands collided in the sky. The space collapsed along with the mutual annihilation of the 2 hands. Both of them seemed to be evenly matched. Mu Shangjie saw that Yi Shiwen was able to resist his attack. You don't know how to appreciate favors. I had decided to give you a way out. However, I didn't expect that you would be so arrogant. I will have to protect the sovereignty of my true martial university's legislation now, and I will have to execute you on the spot. Mu Shangjie coldly said, Do you consider yourself a god that whatever you say will become a law? Yi Shiwen laughed in a taunting manner. This is only a wisp of your soul, nothing more. I wouldn't have surrendered even if your entire figure were to be present here, let alone such an insignificant wisp of soul. Then you must die. Whoever dares to challenge the law enforcement hall's people must die. You aren't an exception either. Mu Shengjie sneered. He again attacked Yi Shiwen. His body emitted even brighter rays of light than before, and it obscured half of the sky in a split second. A big hand suddenly swept out from these endless rays of light, and the entire sky began to disintegrate as the big hand swept out. Yi Shiwen repeatedly shot his fire cloud's falling sky hand and weaved a huge fiery red net in the sky. Consequently, the incoming attacks were blocked even before they could reach him. This is the fire cloud's falling sky hand. It belongs to the southern barbarian people of the Fire Cloud Cave. This secret technique is known only to the people of the Fire Cloud Cave. You are a spy of the Fire Cloud Cave. You must be killed this instant. I'm sure that those old fogies will have nothing to say in this case. Mu Shengjie sneered. He had finally gotten hold of Yi Shiwen's weak point. What a joke! Can only a spy of the Fire Cloud Cave obtain Fire Cloud's falling sky hand? I can see that you have also learnt this control crane, 7 divine hands from an unknown source. So, you must be a spy of some other sect as well. Yi Shiwen replied. He could also use such scheme. However, he still felt that it was beneath his dignity to use such dirty tricks. You have a razor-sharp mouth. It's not surprising that you fooled those old-timers. However, it's useless in front of me. You must die today. The killing intention had become even stronger in Mu Shengjie's eyes. Yi Shiwen had practiced the fire cloud's falling sky hand to such an extent that it was enough to guess how talented he was. He didn't believe that Yi Shiwen was a spy. However, he needed an excuse. The more outstanding Yi Shiwen's performance was, the stronger his killing intention would become. And it had soon reached an extent where it seemed like he would kill Yi Shiwen. Mu Shengjie didn't wish to talk nonsense with Yi Shiwen any further. The control crane, 7 divine hands technique was simple. However, it was mixed with a special core cultivation method, and it unleashed such might in Mu Shengjie's hand that it could destroy the heaven and extinguish the earth. It seemed as if the sky would be annihilated every time he attacked. His mediocre-looking moves contained endless murderous aura. Every move was a manifestation of the extremity and truth of the main Tao principle. Yi Shiwen wasn't going to be outdone either. The control crane, 7 divine hands, was exceptional. However, he had also practiced the fire cloud's falling hand to perfection. This technique was once founded by the barbarian god, and it had regained its glorious might in Yi Shiwen's hand. So his attacks weren't yielding to those of Mu Shengjie's. Yi Shiwen, you're not fast enough. Mu Shengjie shouted while facing Yi Shiwen's attack. You won't get a chance to run away once my real body appears. Real body? Ha ha ha. Your real body will appear? Say that again when it appears. Yi Shiwen burst into laughter as he replied. He was certain that Mu Shengjie's real body couldn't move into action. Otherwise, he would be accused for bullying the weak. Perhaps Yi Shiwen wouldn't be taking it so lightly if Mu Shengjie had threatened him earlier. However, the situation was different now. Yi Shiwen had displayed enough talent. Perhaps this fight had already alarmed the high-level experts. So it would be strange if his real body were to move into action now. Good, very good. It seemed as if one could see the real Mu Shengjie gnashing his teeth in extreme anger. It was clearly visible that he was extremely angry. Many spectators gasped in amazement, since they hadn't thought that they would see such a scene. Mu Shengjie is very angry right now. He has attacked personally. However, he still can't get hold of a new disciple like Yi Shiwen. Yeah, it's merely a wisp of Mu Shengjie's soul, but its strength is enough to sweep away the experts of the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm. However, it looks useless in front of Yi Shiwen. It doesn't have any way to get a complete hold of him. Yeah, even a wisp of Mu Shengjie's soul should be extremely dreadful considering his strength. Moreover, he has returned from the ancient ruins and has obtained enormous benefits. He's undergoing closed-door training at present. He must have thought that only a wisp of his soul would be enough to handle this matter. However, it now seems that he was overconfident. That Yi Shiwen is the genuinely dreadful person. That is Mu Shangjie's soul we are talking about. It has to be extremely dreadful, even if it's a wisp of his soul. We can't dare to say that we can prevail over his soul. However, Yi Shiwen is facing it head-on. Moreover, he hasn't fallen into a disadvantageous situation yet. He is extremely dreadful. I don't know how Yi Shiwen has learnt the fire clouds, falling sky hand, but he has learned it to such a profound level that even the Lord of the Fire Cloud Cave will be surprised if he sees this. These two individuals are undisciplined and out of control, especially Mu Xingjie. Even the elders of the great sage realm don't dare to interfere into his matters. He holds the control power of the law enforcement hall in his hands. How can some ordinary elder be a match for him? Mu Shangjie looked at Yi Shiwen with his ice-cold eyes. He was standing firmly in the dome of heaven. He was looking like a god, and he was staring at Yi Shiwen with his ice-cold and ruthless eyes. His murderous aura seemed boundless. You have talent, so I had offered you a chance to redeem your crime as long as your martial arts cultivation was destroyed. However, you won't be able to make up for your crime even if you die 100 times now. Mu Shangjie solemnly spoke up. You talk too much. Yi Shiwen suddenly trod forward at an incredible pace. His entire body transformed into golden light, and he disappeared without any trace. Then he appeared right in front of Mu Shangjie the very next moment. Yi Shiwen hadn't used his entire power. In fact, he had retained some of his power just in case. However, his current power was already very dreadful. His gilded tyrant form was particularly intrepid. The power technique of this sect had laid down the foundation of his body. A fist attack with full concentration could reverse the flow of a river. Yi Shiwen didn't feel the need to use his entire strength while facing an expert like Mu Shangjie. He might say that he was quite relaxed. However, he was incomparably afraid in his heart. He didn't dare to relax even if only a wisp of Mu Shangjie's soul had condensed up. However, Yi Shiwen was also confident that only a wisp of that man's soul had reincarnated. So, it would definitely sustain serious injuries, even if it didn't die once it came under his fist. Mu Shangjie was still calm and composed. He suddenly used the control crane, 7 divine hand, and a big hand swept towards Yi Shiwen to catch him. It transformed into an offensive that covered the entire sky. Yi Shiwen also made the counterattack. Yi Shiwen was well experienced. It wasn't clear how many times he had made a narrow escape. However, Mu Shangjie didn't have less fighting experience than Yi Shiwen. So, they had almost immediately found out each other's limits. An iron sword appeared in Yi Shiwen's hand in a split second, and an astonishing sword intention surged up. Yi Shiwen used the buried heaven sword, and it suddenly cut open the control crane, 7 divine hands, and went towards Mu Shangjie to chop him. Mu Shangjie promptly retreated in order to avoid Yi Shiwen's iron sword attack. Yi Shiwen had learnt a myriad of martial arts techniques, and he had already reached perfection in planning the next move in advance. Therefore, no matter whether it was the fire cloud's falling sky hand or the buried sword's secret, they displayed enormous might in his hand. Moreover, he had grasped all of them with his fingertips, so he could use them effortlessly. How is it possible? Yi Shiwen has forced Mu Shangjie to retreat. In fact, he has almost been cornered by Yi Shiwen. Am I making a mistake? Or are my eyes not working properly? Someone couldn't believe as they saw this scene and exclaimed. All of them were sage realm disciples as well. However, they were still left dumbstruck as they saw the scene, and they started to doubt their interpretation of this scene after they watched it unfold. Nobody has ever caused so much trouble for me. Yi Shiwen, you are the first person to do so. Mu Xing Jie had been forced to retreat by Yi Shiwen. However, his face was still exposing a cruel expression. It seemed as if being forced into the disadvantageous situation by Yi Shiwen was ordinary for him. However, Yi Shiwen also knew that this was only a wisp of his soul, nothing more. So he didn't care about it much. He may manage to prevail over Mu Xiangjie, but he would only do so over a wisp of his soul. It was nothing. In fact, it might not even have 1/1000th the strength of his real body. Shouldn't I feel proud? Yi Shiwen laughed out loud at first. He then said, "You must die." One sword had forced Mu Xingjie to retreat 100 steps. However, Mu Xingjie still couldn't find a foothold. He was surprised to find that the surroundings had already sunk into a universe. Moreover, an enormous star had already pounded upon him along with Yi Shiwen's fist. Rumble! Yi Shiwen shot his Big Bang Stardust fist, and it crushed Mu Xingjie. Bang! Mu Xingjie's body had been condensed by a wisp of his soul. How could it resist Yi Shiwen's sudden bombardments? It suddenly transformed into endless spirit energies. To be continued. Chapter 494. Yi Shiwen crushed Mu Xingjie's body that had been formed from a wisp of his soul. He then grabbed that wisp of his soul in his hand. Yi Shiwen, you mustn't feel too pleased with yourself. You will die when my real body comes out of the closed-door training. Mu Xingjie's voice was still ice-cold. Whom do you want to kill? What do you think you are? Yi Shiwen disdainfully laughed. Mu Xingjie was very violent, cruel, and untamed. In fact, he had reached an extent where it was quite difficult to describe him. He considered everyone beneath him, or it could be said that he had too much confidence in himself. He had dared to overrule the Supreme Lord's decision. It was merely a small matter. However, it was evident that Mu Xingjie was arrogant and despotic. This was also the reason why the high-level experts used to tolerate him. Yi Shiwen also enjoyed high-level experts' tolerance, like he did, since the high-level experts attached great importance to these geniuses. A genius had always been placed above 1,000 mediocre individuals since the beginning. Any sect must look at the performances of these geniuses in order to flourish over time. The mediocre people were useless to them. This was the reason why the high-level experts didn't say anything on this fight between these two individuals. Otherwise, any other person in their place would have been arrested by the people of the law enforcement hall by now. You can be pleased with yourself for now, but you will die when the next competition between the Sage Realm disciples takes place. Mu Xingjie spoke up in his usual ice-cold voice. You talk too much. Yi Shiwen crushed that wisp of Mu Xingjie's soul, and it dissipated. It was merely a wisp of his soul. However, it contained a lot of information, including some secrets of the control crane 7 divine hands. Yi Shiwen brought his mysterious space into play and began to analyze the secrets of this control crane 7 divine hands. Meanwhile, his hands slowly started to perform some styles of the control crane 7 divine hands. The more and more adept he became in this new technique, the cleaner his movements started to become. Many spectators felt that they had seen a ghost when they saw this scene. In fact, they were even more shocked as compared to when Mu Xingjie was defeated. After all, only a wisp of Mu Xingjie's soul had been present here. However, Yi Shiwen had quickly learnt the control crane 7 divine hands and had adopted its movements. This was far beyond their imagination. Such an exaggeration shouldn't have been possible even if he possessed a very sharp memory. They were unaware that Yi Shiwen could grasp the essence of any technique as long as he had enough spirit energies and an accurate method of cultivation. However, Yi Shiwen had learned too many secret techniques by now. So, he only learned a little bit of this technique. And he stopped after he had learned some of the key strength and weak points of this technique. He had done this since a conflict might break out between him and Mu Xingjie in the future. It was said that this control crane, 7 divine hands, was Mu Xingjie's special skill. Therefore, Yi Shiwen needed to examine it to some extent. This was the so-called know thyself and your enemy in order to win every fight. However, Yi Shiwen didn't relax after he crushed Mu Xingjie's soul, because Mu Xingjie had spoken about the sage disciples competition before he had disappeared. There were many competitions for the disciples of different ranks in the true martial university, and this time's competition was the biggest official competition among the core disciples. And most importantly, every sage-level disciple of each big force of the entire true martial world would gather in this competition. Moreover, the venue of this completion was located in the Devil World. Every big force would join hands to open the passage that would lead to the Devil World once the competition would start, and a large number of sage disciples would go in. The more devils they would kill, the more their scores would increase, and the one who would obtain the highest score would become the champion. This was also true martial world's method of opposing and controlling Devil World's invasion. They used to organize such competitions at regular intervals, so that a large group of experts could venture into the Devil World and cause wanton destruction there. This would consequently delay Devil Race's next invasion of the true martial world. The conflagration of war would spread inside the Devil World and would burn it from within. It was useless to enter the Devil World if one possessed weak strength. They would get killed rather quickly. However, the Devil World might quickly find out if great sage experts entered in such big numbers. And the true martial universities, people might have to face the siege of countless devil experts in that case. The great sage experts would also take part in such competitions. However, their numbers wouldn't be so large. One would become elite among elites if they could manage to endure the conflagration of war of the Devil World and come out of it alive. Yi Shiwen could only contend against some weak experts of the late stage of the sage realm at the most, as per his current strength. However, he must think to rise above others at that place. In fact, survival wasn't guaranteed inside the Devil World, even if one were to be an expert of the late stage of the sage realm. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall could be found everywhere in the entire true martial university. In fact, many experts among the sage-level disciples belonged to the Law Enforcement Hall, and many such experts would be directed against Yi Shiwen in this time's competition, since Mu Xingjie had said so. However, there were still 10 years left for the competition to start. So, he had the time to improve himself. He must at least have the power to defend himself. Yi Shiwen went inside the palace of the metropolis Single Peak after he had tossed these matters out of his mind. The control of this floating peak abode was in his hands now. Those spectators were left dumbstruck as they saw Yi Zaiwen's figure gradually disappear before their eyes, especially those people who were aware about the ins and outs of this entire matter. They couldn't help but be stunned by these two undisciplined and untamed guys. It was well known that Mu Xingjie considered everyone beneath him. He didn't even care about the Supreme Lord's reputation. The Supreme Lord had set this floating peak aside for Yi Shiwen. However, he had still dared to say that he would take it away, and he did exactly so. It wasn't a big matter for the Supreme Lord. However, Mu Xingjie's arrogance could be seen from this action. However, Yi Zaiwen's incomparable tyranny wasn't any less in comparison to Mu Xingjie's arrogance. Most people wouldn't dare to oppose Mu Xingjie after they'd hear about his glorious past. In fact, most great sage-level elders didn't dare to interfere in his matters. So, it was evident that his fierce name had flourished everywhere. However, Yi Shiwen had still arrived here and challenged him. He had disregarded what Mu Xingjie's soul had said, and he had even destroyed that wisp of his soul. He didn't even seem afraid of the consequences. Yi Shiwen was undoubtedly an undisciplined and untamed man. Some old fogies had been observing this from the mystical depths of the true martial university in secrecy, and they couldn't help but recall the past image of Huang Wuji's. It seemed to them that Yi Shiwen was an undisciplined and untamed individual. Huang Wuji couldn't endure any injustice either, but he had been outside for a long time and hadn't caused much trouble as a result. However, he had made earth-shaking ruckus when he had returned the last time. He had even rushed to the war-dead Star Peak and had chased their leader until he had nowhere to run to. He wasn't some law-abiding citizen, and many people saw Yi Shiwen and felt that he looked similar to Huang Wuji of the past. The news that Yi Shiwen had defeated Mu Shengjia's soul had spread quickly throughout the entire True Martial University, and the entire university had begun to bustle with noise because of this. Both involved individuals were a kind of person whom nobody would dare to approach. Yi Shiwen had recently won the martial arts competition that had taken place between the four forces, so it could be said that his incredible strength had come into the limelight. Moreover, he had also gained the attention of the high-level experts, and everyone had reckoned that he would most likely become a senior great sage expert in the future. However, Mu Shengjia was an even more outstanding character. He had become famous in the entire True Martial University many years ago, and most importantly, he had just returned after establishing great service for the university. So he had also gained praises from many high-level experts. Yi Shiwen had returned a very short while ago, so his strength was yet to come into the limelight again after the collision between these two men. It should be mentioned that no one had expected that he would dare to go out and look for trouble. This conflict between Yi Shiwen and Mu Shengjia had once again instigated the conflict between the Hidden Star Peak and the Law Enforcement Hall. It had now become the keenest struggle ever. Many people still had the memories of it. It seemed as if this conflict had begun a long, long time ago. The Hidden Star Peak and the Law Enforcement Hall had never had friendly relations, and two top heavens pride experts like Huang Wuji and Mu Shengjia had amplified the memory of this conflict in the minds of people. However, Yi Zaiwen's arrival had again highlighted the conflict between the two forces that had begun to quiet down a bit of late. There were two basic points of conflict in this matter. The Law Enforcement Hall wanted to manage everything. First, they had a habit of poking their nose in everything. Secondly, they wanted everything under their control. However, everyone in the Hidden Star Peak disliked and criticized their habit of poking their nose. And this was the triggering factor that had laid down the foundation of this conflict. Everyone was watching. An even bigger conflict might break out between both sides in the future, and both sides might go all out against each other. Everyone knew that the Law Enforcement Hall was a powerful institution. In fact, only a few institutions in the entire True Martial University were at par with them. Moreover, they had a huge number of experts. However, the Hidden Star Peak only had a few people, but each of them was ferocious. There were 7 individuals altogether, and 4 of them were powerful great sage level senior experts. The remaining 3 were the senior experts of the sage realm. This strength might not rank them among the top 10 inheritances. However, it was enough to rank them at the forefront of the top 100 inheritances. Huang Wuji had single-handedly made a huge ruckus in the entire war Dead Star Peak. So, people didn't dare to look down upon the Hidden Star Peak because of Huang Wuji's strength. In addition, Yi Zaiwen's outstanding performance in the Four Forces martial arts competition had also made everyone aware of the fact that the Hidden Star Peak couldn't be underestimated even though they had a very few disciples in their ranks. Many people wanted to see the collision between two forces in which one was extremely powerful and the other had few disciples but was high-handed. Those people who couldn't deal with the Hidden Star Peak or those who considered the Law Enforcement Hall as an eyesore were particularly keen to see this happen. They hoped for a big fight to break out between the two sides, and they wanted the results to be disastrous. In fact, it would be best if both sides suffered a loss. However, both the sides concerned had strangely maintained silence in this regard. In fact, It seemed as if they hadn't paid any attention to this matter. The outside world was bustling with excitement. However, Yi Shiwen himself felt as if nothing had happened. He went straight to the Merit Palace Hall. Yi Shiwen had barely entered the Merit Palace Hall, but he had already attracted the attention of countless people. His popularity had increased enormously since he had been a part of so many matters. He didn't hide his cultivation this time. He had messed with the people of the law enforcement hall, and had still dared to come out and run all over the places. Such courage couldn't be regarded as small. Yi Shiwen didn't pay attention to the astonished gazes of the people who were present in the surroundings, and he approached the disciple who was present at the front desk of the Merit Palace Hall. He then said, "Help me in finding out the medicinal ingredients that have been mentioned in this list. Which ones among these can be redeemed with the points I have accumulated? And which ones do I need to purchase?" The materials required for the Break Sage Yellow Pill were listed in this list of items. However, he had also made sure that the people of the true Martial University couldn't get through the materials which were mentioned in his list of items and guess which immortality pill he wanted to refine. In fact, he had listed many insignificant and unnecessary drug ingredients for safety. Moreover, some drug ingredients with completely opposite effects were also mentioned in this list. So, it would be deadly if someone were to get hold of this list of items and attempted to refine the pill. Yi Shiwen heard a faint shout in his ears. To be continued. Chapter 495. Yi Shiwen heard a faint shout. The sound of footsteps came from the gate of the Merit Palace Hall along with a cold shout. It was a man of approximately 27 or 28 years of age. He was clad in a white robe. His physique appeared tall and slim. It seemed as if his face had been carved with a knife. His handsome face was as cold as frost. He strode in and ran his eyes over the place, and eventually shot a glance at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's entire body tightened up. He could feel that this man's aura contained the ferocity of a wild beast, and it also carried a faint murderous aura. It seemed as if he had experienced too many battles, same as Do Hexing, since it was seemingly difficult for him to conceal his killing intention. "Who's this man? He has such a great murderous aura," someone asked. "Don't you know him?" "Ah, he has been out of the big limelight these days. He's a great disciple of the law enforcement hall. Mu Xingjie is very proud of this subordinate of his. He's Chao Yu. It's said that his strength has already reached the perfection level of the Sage Realm. He is about to enter the half-step Great Sage Realm. He's a rare young talent who has emerged out in the recent years." "Yeah, I've also heard about him. He had gone on that expedition with Mu Xingjie for 100 years. He has an illustrious fame to his name. He's quite famous in the true Martial University. All the young core disciples of the law enforcement hall follow his commands. Mu Xingjie attaches a lot of importance to him. But why he has arrived here? Is he going to start a fight with Yi Shiwen?" Someone asked in a doubtful manner. It would appear as bullying if he were to attack Yi Shiwen at this time. After all, he had cultivated for so many years, and Yi Shiwen had practiced for many years lesser. So, he would be breaking the rules if he were to attack Yi Shiwen regardless of his status. And this act of bullying would provoke Huang Wuji and the Hidden Star Peak. Then, they would have no scope for excuses. Unless there was a valid reason. A fight between two individuals of the same generation was passable by the law enforcement hall, even if it was based on some arbitrary reason. "Are you Yi Shiwen?" Chao Yu looked at Yi Shiwen. His ice-cold vision didn't have the slightest of fluctuations. It seemed as if he was looking at a dead person. "You're quite audacious. I've seen many daring people whose attempts to provoke our law enforcement hall's prestige have gone in vain, and all of them are dead now. I've also seen many people who wanted to crush me in order to establish their prestige. All of them wanted to kill me, but they are also dead now." Yi Shiwen grinned and revealed his white teeth. His face exposed a slightly genial smile. However, his words didn't show the slightest sign of weakness. A fierce light flashed in Qiao Yu's eyes as he heard these words. He didn't conceal his killing intention and swept it out towards Yi Shiwen. However, he was surprised to see that Yi Shiwen didn't budge. In fact, he remained motionless. Moreover, Yi Shiwen didn't seem the least bit suppressed. Many people who were present in the surroundings could feel this killing intention and had goosebumps because of it. In fact, they had retreated several steps in order to avoid the rage of this killing intention. However, it seemed as if Yi Shiwen wasn't feeling anything. He looked unaffected in his entirety, and this had stunned everyone. They now admired Yi Shiwen even more than they used to. No wonder he has dared to mess with the people of the law enforcement hall. He's no weakling who would crumble at the first blow. However, they were unaware that Yi Shiwen was using his divinities to protect his body. So, it could be said that pressure that was put upon him felt no different to him than a burst of cold breeze upon his face. It had no effect on him. After all, God is the most powerful entity in the entire world. The invincible might of gods was like a prison. No suppression or imposing aura was going to work in the face of God's power. In fact, any attempts would be a joke since such influences were worthless before divinities. An astonished look flashed in Qiao Yu's eyes when he saw that Yi Shiwen wasn't affected and wasn't in any pain either. He said, "Very good. It's not surprising that you dared to oppose our law enforcement hall. However, you are gravely mistaken if you think that you can get away by depending on your clever little tricks and schemes." Yi Shiwen merely shook his head and burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Qiao Yu frowned and shouted, "I'm laughing at you for being too outrageous. It seems that you believe every matter to be a provocation to your prestige." Yi Shiwen replied in a casual manner, "Mu Sheng Jia has so much importance in your eyes. It seems as if you take him to be some god. However, he's worthless in my opinion. I would have killed him by now if we were to be at the same level. In fact, killing him wouldn't have been any more difficult than killing an ant by trampling it in that case." The crowd went in an uproar. Mu Sheng Jia had been famous for so many years. His power had shaken the true martial university. He was an extremely illustrious expert in the entire true martial university. He was a super expert who had a promising future and might even obtain the next Supreme Lord's position in the future. However, he was worthless in Yi Zaiwen's opinion. Words are as light as a feather. However, these words had smashed down like a sudden clap of thunder. Killing Mu Xingjie is like killing an ant. Who could have dared to say such a thing? Could Huang Wuji have dared to say this? He certainly wouldn't have dared to say this. It didn't matter how prideful Huang Wuji was. He wouldn't have spoken these words. He was very proud and aloof. But saying such words would have been beneath his dignity because one would only feel embarrassment after they had spoken such words. However, Yi Shiwen was different. Many people reacted at this. Yi Zaiwen's fighting strength wasn't bad compared to that of other Heaven's Pride experts. However, his cultivation hadn't been making quick progress since the beginning. He had only reached the late stage of the semi-sage realm so far. In other words, he was merely at the level where other Heaven's Pride experts used to be several years ago. And this was a few years ago. A few years' time was enough for the fighting strength of the Heaven's Pride experts to make a qualitative breakthrough. However, Yi Shiwen had managed to beat those other Heaven's Pride experts a few years ago. What did this show? This showed that Yi Shiwen had risen above the rank of a Heaven's Pride expert through his unusual cultivation. Countless people were left in shock after they thought along these lines. They hadn't previously thought that this could be the possibility. Perhaps it could be said that many people had been deceived by Yi Zaiwen's fighting strength. So they hadn't thought this. Yi Shiwen could fight with those Heaven's Pride experts when his realm was lower to that of theirs. So, what would happen when his realm would rise? I would have killed him like an ant if we were to be at the same level. Such words weren't empty in this case. Rather, it was an achievable fact. Everyone's way of looking at Yi Shiwen suddenly saw a drastic change. Qiao Yu was merely staring at Yi Shiwen with his ice-cold eyes. The killing intention in his eyes had become even stronger. Mu Shangjie was like a god to him, and Yi Shiwen had used bad words to insult his god. This had made it difficult for him to control his murderous aura. Yi Shiwen didn't care since Qiao Yu's murderous aura wasn't affecting him in the slightest. So, he obviously didn't pay attention to it. Yi Shiwen knew that Mu Shangjie was determined to kill him. So, there was no room for leniency. Anyway, it wasn't as if Yi Shiwen would have said some pleasant words for the sake of leniency. Yi Shiwen, you should be glad. Senior brother Mu has allowed you to live till the big competition between the Sage Realm disciples. However, that lease on your life is only valid till that time. Qiao Yu sneered. He suddenly raised his arm and wrote down a declaration of war in midair. It took the shape of a declaration of war talisman and swept down towards Yi Shiwen. This talisman carried unmatched power as it suddenly pressed down upon Yi Shiwen. It then transformed into a huge steel and swept down towards Yi Shiwen to suppress him. Yi Shiwen felt that a dreadful pressure had tightly locked onto his body, and he couldn't budge as a result. Qiao Yu was also a former Heaven's Pride expert, so he was far ahead of Yi Shiwen in every aspect. Moreover, the steel had nearly broken the void as it pressed down. Die here if you can't even accept my declaration of war. Yi Shiwen heard Qiao Yu's cold shout. However, he didn't put much effort in thinking at this time. The golden divinities suddenly crawled over his entire body, and it started to seem as if he had put on a golden divine cloak. People exclaimed as they saw Yi Shiwen's peak fighting strength. Qiao Yu had merely written a war declaration. However, it had forced Yi Shiwen to use his entire strength. Yi Shiwen genuinely lacked in front of him at present. Yi Shiwen was an outstanding genius. However, Qiao Yu was also a Heaven's Pride expert of his generation. Moreover, he had cultivated for several hundred years, more than Yi Shiwen. So, Yi Shiwen was very far behind. In fact, his cultivation hadn't even entered the Sage Realm, but the opposite party was already at the perfection level of the Sage Realm. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. His energy surged up and formed a pillar that soared straight into the sky. He took a step, and his entire body transformed into a universe. He was the only god in this universe. One fist suddenly swept out. It transformed into a huge star and began to rotate at a very fast speed. It then went up to face that steel. Rumble! The steel and the huge star suddenly collided. The space collapsed and chaos flushed in. It seemed as if the world had turned upside down. The sky began to shake, and a dreadful power recklessly swept out, rotating in the sky. The shocked waves swept across and destroyed Yi Shiwen's star. It seemed that this force would sweep away the Merit Palace Hall. However, an overwhelming power unexpectedly appeared when this power had swept out. This newly appeared power crushed this force and extinguished it. This was Merit Palace Hall's own power. Yi Shiwen's face was covered with golden divinities, but it had turned very red. The blow from that dreadful force had obviously left his blood and energy to boil and roll over. The stone floor under his feet had transformed into fine powder by now. It had been crushed by that tremendous power. It's only a written declaration of war. There was no need to make it so fancy. Yi Shiwen suppressed his surging vitalities and grinned. The Phoenix regeneration technique began to operate crazily in order to repair his injuries. He hadn't been injured to such an extent since a long time. So he hadn't needed to use the Phoenix regeneration technique to such an extent in a while. Qiao Yu genuinely hadn't restrained his strength. It was difficult for Chao Yu to conceal that astonished look in his eyes when he saw that Yi Shiwen had suppressed his surging vitalities within the blink of an eye. He knew that he hadn't used his entire strength in this move. However, he had still done it with the idea to suppress Yi Shiwen to death on the spot. In fact, he wouldn't have complained even if he were to be punished as long as he could accomplish that. This kind of attack would have easily suppressed an ordinary sage expert to death, and an expert at the perfection level of the sage realm would have sustained injuries under such attack. However, Yi Shiwen had withstood that attack. Moreover, he hadn't died. It seems like the rumors that this boy possesses an extremely tyrannical body aren't baseless. Enjoy the remaining few years of your life properly. Chao Yu said this at first. Then he turned around and left the Merit Palace Hall. To be continued. Chapter 496. The news that Chao Yu had handed down a declaration of war to Yi Shiwen had quickly spread throughout the entire True Martial University, and it had added fuel to the enmity between the Hidden Star Peak and the Law Enforcement Hall. It wasn't set to happen very soon, but a time span of 10 years was nothing for these experts since they had extremely long lifespans. It should be mentioned that this wasn't a clash between the experts of the same rank. Moreover, many people recalled that Yi Shiwen had entered the True Martial University only 10 years ago, and not much time had passed since he had entered the legendary realm. However, he had already surpassed those Heaven's Pride experts in these 10 years, and this was an incredibly fast speed. God knows the extent he would grow up to after 10 years. In fact, it was possible that he might even obtain the strength to contend against Chao Yu. Yi Shiwen was somewhat depressed in regards to this. However, he didn't say anything. He didn't say that he had agreed to the competition either. However, it seemed as if everyone had already approved of this competition, and they simply didn't care what Yi Zaiwen's opinion was. Could Yi Shiwen refuse in their opinion? Certainly not. After all, Yi Shiwen had earned a huge reputation. Wouldn't it be equal to losing face in the True Martial University if he refused at this juncture? Yi Shiwen remained silent on this matter. How much money was a thing like reputation was worth? One might lose their life for it, and it would still amount to nothing. The reason why he didn't refuse was that he also felt that no one knew what would happen after 10 years. He obviously didn't know how far he would have cultivated by then. The most important thing was to arrange the materials required for refining the Break Sage yellow pill. He didn't have much experience regarding this. However, he knew that it was impossible for an alchemy master to collect the materials required for refining the Break Sage yellow pill without having the support of a big force. The reason wasn't money. Yi Shiwen had ample wealth at present. In fact, he had more than enough wealth to refine an immortality pill of this grade. And this was considering the situation in which his mysterious space and he himself would also be consuming the primary spirit dawn for cultivation. However, there were many real problems. For example, this pill required many herbs which weren't common. In fact, many of them were simply unheard of. Moreover, there was a requirement of many rare and heavenly treasures as well. It was impossible for a random cultivator with no background to obtain these things. Only the treasure house of a big force could possibly have such things. A random cultivator with no background aiming to become a powerful alchemy master was a myth. Even those extremely rare pill-making methods, which Yi Shiwen knew, were also useless if he didn't have the required materials at hand. He knew that the great alchemy masters who had left behind these incredible alchemy scriptures weren't the high-level experts of some big force, nor they had established some colossus forces that were spread across countless domains. They had only focused on collecting a myriad of materials in order to ensure that they had the materials required for their alchemic practices. Therefore, the alchemy masters who were random cultivators would perennially be seen wandering in deep mountains and old forests, since they'd always be on the lookout for heavenly treasures and herbs. Yi Zaiwen's list of drug ingredients had gradually begun to fill up, since he could rely on the backing of a force like the true Marshall University. However, he soon realized that his accumulated points had gradually become insufficient. Yi Shiwen had been gone for a long time, and he hadn't gone on many assignments of late as a result, and thus he hadn't obtained many points of late. In fact, he had only gained points by winning the Four Forces martial arts competition in recent times. However, these points weren't enough for Yi Shiwen because his list of items contained many drug ingredients, and all of them were very precious. Moreover, there were some ingredients that weren't regarded as precious, but they were still very rare. Therefore, he needed a bountiful of accumulated points in order to obtain them all. However, the Northern Dipper organization would also send him some tasks every now and then. The Northern Dipper organization was huge, and it had a broad area of operations. In fact, its area of operation wasn't limited to the true martial world alone. Northern Dipper organization didn't prohibit its members from receiving tasks. One could receive a wide range of tasks as long as they could afford to handle them. The Northern Dipper organization didn't have many people in its ranks. However, each of them was elite, and their sources of information were beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. However, he hadn't gotten any news from the Northern Dipper organization thus far. So he didn't have any choice but to start earning points after he had obtained more than half of the drug ingredients in the true Marshall University. An astonishing amount of materials are required to refine the Break Sage yellow pill. However, it wouldn't have been able to help a person in making the breakthrough to the Sage realm if it didn't require such a huge amount of materials. Yi Shiwen thought. He hadn't heard of a pill in the true Marshall University which could help a person in making the breakthrough into the Sage realm. Sage experts were considered top-notch experts in the true Marshall University's main force. Only a few could get an opportunity to surpass the Sage experts. The great Sage experts were like the pillars of the university, and all of them were regarded as chief cultivators of the top 100 inheritances. Those masses of semi-sage experts would have also made the breakthrough into the Sage realm if such a pill existed, and true Marshall University's strength would have consequently seen a qualitative promotion within a short time. I can only go on assignments and earn points. Then I can get those herbs in exchange. Yi Shiwen thought. He could only think of this method at this time. He could have certainly exchanged the primary spirit dawn for the amount of points that he needed. However, it wasn't a good deal since he didn't have enough primary spirit dawn for himself. So, how could he have exchanged it for the points? The current Yi Shiwen couldn't be compared with the old one who used to frantically take on missions. He used to be a very insignificant legendary expert back then, so he could only receive a limited number of tasks. However, his realm had reached the late stage of the semi-sage realm now. Moreover, his fighting strength was enough to sweep away the experts of the intermediate stage of the sage realm. It was like the difference between the heaven and the earth. Time passed day by day after Qiao Yu had unexpectedly issued that declaration of war against Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen didn't undergo closed-door training, nor did he submerge himself into cultivation as everyone had thought he would. Rather, he had begun to receive tasks in a frantic manner. Many sage disciples were left dumbstruck as they saw the course of these events, and the manner in which those tasks were completed by Yi Shiwen. Everyone was trying to guess what Yi Shiwen was up to. He wasn't cultivating properly. He was only wandering everywhere after having received the tasks. One could train oneself through these tasks. However, the progress speed wouldn't be quick since one wouldn't be cultivating wholeheartedly. However, the news that Yi Shiwen was purchasing great amounts of heavenly treasures and medicinal ingredients got exposure as time passed, and someone guessed that he was collecting materials for some immortality pill. Someone had even asked a great alchemy master in the true Marshall University regarding this matter. However, that alchemy master wasn't sure which pill Yi Shiwen wanted to refine, but he was sure about one thing, and that was that Yi Shiwen was collecting materials for some pill. It was reckoned that this pill must be a very important. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen wouldn't have kept aside his cultivation to collect these materials. People's opinions differed for a moment. Someone said that this was a kind of pill which could increase his strength. Another person said that this might increase his speed. Then Yi Shiwen was informed via a report that the medicinal ingredients which he wanted to collect had been sold out, and none were left in stock as a result. How wouldn't he have understood that the people of the law enforcement hall were behind this matter? The people of the law enforcement hall had also found out that these ingredients were very important for him. Therefore, they had cut down the stock. Yi Shiwen and the law enforcement hall's people had grudges. So, they obviously wouldn't provide support if he was in need. Those people of the law enforcement hall are behind this. They have resorted to such a cheap method. Yang Wenjun was enraged by this. He directly pointed a finger at the law enforcement hall. There was no need to inquire about this matter. He knew who was behind this. Yi Shiwen was frantically finishing tasks one after another in order to earn the points. So he had made Deng Shui Xian and Yang Wenjun in charge of collecting these medicinal ingredients. He had handed over his points to them, and he had told them to buy these drug ingredients whenever someone would come to sell them. Yi Shiwen had barely returned after having completed a task when he heard Yang Wenjun's complaint. However, he wasn't very surprised. What could the law enforcement hall do if their overbearing nature was taken into consideration? But to think that they had resorted to such a cheap method was a bit beyond Yi Shiwen's expectations. Perhaps the name of the break sage yellow pill would have spread everywhere if they knew which pill Yi Shiwen wanted to refine. Yi Shiwen wouldn't be surprised if they had guessed that he was planning to use some alchemy method, because it wasn't difficult to guess thus. The only thing which was difficult to guess was the name of the pill he wanted to refine. They had obviously gotten a hold of the list of ingredients Yi Shiwen wanted to purchase. However, it was merely a list of ingredients. They would be hard-pressed if they would attempt to guess what they were for. Moreover, they would find themselves against an impossible task if they were to try and find the method to refine the said pill. And they were genuinely underestimating those true ancient grandmasters of alchemy if they felt that it was simple to refine it. In fact, Yi Shiwen had been looking forward this. He wanted them to try and refine a pill on the basis of that list of ingredients. The bad luck that ensue would obviously be theirs in the end. They would have to try millions of times for each pill-making method that would fail, and the law enforcement hall would go bankrupt if they genuinely tried millions of times, since these herbs were extremely costly. However, Yi Shiwen couldn't do anything in this matter. After all, these medicinal ingredients were in the hands of other people, so he couldn't stop them from giving it to anyone they so desired. However, the arrival of a new individual completely solved Yi Shiwen's problem. It was Northern Dipper Organization's with Dragon of the Horn. He had arrived clad in a moon-white robe. However, he didn't have the weak temperament of Qing Zus. In fact, he had a stern and chilly air about him. On the contrary, he was tall. A wine bottle was hanging on his body, and the strong fragrance of alcohol assailed the nostrils. Yi Shiwen was meeting this with Dragon of the Horn for the second time. This man was a little too elusive. In fact, it seemed as if the true martial university wasn't fortified enough for him. He had some special ways that helped him pass unseen. However, he could only evade ordinary security and not the vigilance of genuine experts. "Why have you come here?" Yi Shiwen frowned and asked. "I have arrived here for a good reason," the wood dragon replied. "You had asked about some drug ingredients from the organization last time. The organization has the information. It had some of those drug ingredients in its stock, and it has purchased the ones it didn't have at that time." Yi Shiwen remembered that he had requested the Northern Dipper Organization to collect these drug ingredients several months ago. However, they hadn't paid much attention to his request at that time. The Northern Dipper was an outstanding organization. However, he had considered them to be an organization which recruited only the disciples of the younger generation. Therefore, he had believed that this organization couldn't be compared with the true Marshall University. To be continued. Chapter 497. However, he now realized that he had perhaps underestimated the Northern Dipper organization. It was evident that he was unaware about the entirety of their sources. This was obviously dependent on Yi Shiwen, since he was trying to collect those medicinal ingredients by himself. So, it would be very difficult for him to be on par with an organization's speed if he had tried to search them on his pace alone. However, you must know that the organization won't give you these things for free. The wood dragon laughed mischievously and said, "It will cost you 5,000 points. However, the organization wants to give you a choice since you've entered the organization recently and don't have accumulated points. The organization can give you these things as long as you complete a task. However, we won't force you. The choice is yours." Yi Shiwen smiled wryly. Did he have any other option in this situation? Qiao Yuyu's declaration of war had become an urgent matter for him. One mustn't consider the remaining 10 years' time as a long period of time. 10 years' time wasn't too much for these cultivators. It would pass within the wink of an eye. So, not much time was left for Yi Shiwen. And the Northern Dipper organization certainly had a reputation that they didn't force their members to receive the tasks. However, what if they would offer a task in a situation when one couldn't refuse it? Not refusing would mean as good as accepting the task. The most important thing for Yi Shiwen was to enter the Sage Realm, and it should be mentioned that he had been thinking mostly about this matter of late. What's the task? Yi Shiwen asked. He didn't think much. In fact, he couldn't even afford too many thoughts at present. He would plan about further progress only after he had entered the Sage Realm. His foundation was extremely solid and deep. However, this had also strengthened his thresholds beyond the required degree. So, it would be impossible for him to break the next threshold by merely the impact of his words alone, even after a span of 10 years. The thing is that some people have been chasing one of our subordinate members in order to kill him. They are looking for him everywhere. He must be found and rescued. The wood dragon spoke up while smiling mischievously. Which member? Yi Shiwen asked. He knew a bit about the Northern Dipper organization. He knew that it was an outstanding organization. The leader of the Northern Dipper organization was called Big Dipper, Lord, if the rumors were to be trusted. However, nobody had ever seen the Big Dipper Lord. There were 7-star officers underneath him, and then there were another 14 Constellation members, and all of them were considered as official members of the Northern Dipper organization. There were many reserved Constellation members as well. After that, there were the supporting members under these official members and so on. It was certainly an incomparably huge organization, and this was because of the sheer number of those supporting members. In fact, the Northern Dipper organization would have been a small organization if those supporting members were to be excluded. One of our saboteurs is in the meteor world. The smile on the face of the wood dragon seemed restrained as he said, "Your saboteur is in the meteor world." Yi Shiwen asked. The meteor world was undoubtedly Meteor Sect's territory. Therefore, the other forces couldn't enter that place very easily. Moreover, it wasn't that easy to send a saboteur there either. You don't ask this from me. I haven't joined the organization far earlier than you either. So, I don't know about a lot of things either. It will sound unpleasant, but you also know that we Constellation members are mere goons who have been hired by the higher-ups to do the things they don't wish to do themselves. The wood dragon said. Yi Shiwen was rendered speechless, but this was genuinely the case. He had joined with the Northern Dipper organization very recently. However, it didn't mean that he didn't know anything about them. The Big Dipper Lord was at the top position in the Northern Dipper organization, and those 7-star officers were his direct subordinates. But the Constellation members were basically hired goons. They had powerful strength. They used to unceasingly complete tasks and get whatever they required in return. These Constellation members might never get to see the true colors of the Northern Dipper organization. After all, a hired goon only needed to know what he was supposed to do. These constellation members were certainly called official members, but the fact was that they might not even know as much as those support members. And that's because those peripheral members were the true subordinates of the Northern Dipper organization, whereas these constellation members only used to work for the Northern Dipper organization to get whatever they needed from them in return. "Who is this saboteur?" Yi Shiwen asked. "I don't know much. I only know that this saboteur was the prince of the Great Way Empire in the meteor world. He was developed into a saboteur of our organization from an early age. The original position of the organization was to help him become the emperor, and then they would slowly help him reach a high-level position in the meteor sect," the wood dragon explained. Yi Shiwen gasped. The Northern Dipper organization was very courageous. The meteor sect was a very reputed force. In fact, it could be compared with the true Marshall University of its most prosperous time, and the Northern Dipper organization had dared to send one of their saboteurs there. He immediately realized that the Northern Dipper organization might also have a saboteur in the true Marshall University. In fact, the possibility was huge since each big force would position their saboteur in other forces to steal information. However, Yi Shiwen cast away these thoughts from his mind and continued to listen to Wood Dragon. However, he rebelled afterwards. In fact, he was planning to leave the organization. The Wood Dragon continued. Therefore, the higher-ups decided to teach him a lesson to show him his place. So, they've withdrawn the group of people who were sent there to back him up. Aren't you afraid of getting exposed? It won't be good for you if you have to face the meteor sect's wrath. Yi Shiwen asked. A big force like the meteor sect can't do anything to a force like ours. They will most likely turn a blind eye in this matter. Moreover, that prince is quite ambitious, and he's not an idiot either. So, he won't let people find out about his relation with us. Otherwise, forget about acquiring the position of the emperor. Even saving his own life will become an issue for him. The Wood Dragon laughed mischievously and said. However, his expression immediately became serious as he added, "It doesn't concern us alone. It concerns you as well since you are also a member of our Northern Dipper organization now." Yi Shiwen nodded. He also thought that this was the right step. Every force had extremely harsh punishments for a traitor. In fact, these punishments could leave people to tremble with fear. This had been the case since ancient times, and this was the same in any force. So, that prince wouldn't break his relationship with the Northern Dipper organization on his own accord unless he was an idiot. Moreover, even a formidable force like the meteor sect would be at a loss while dealing with an erratic force like the Northern Dipper organization, since the latter was so elusive that even the location of its lair wasn't known to anyone. Therefore, even the power of the meteor sect wouldn't work, since it would be like using an anti-aircraft gun to strike down a mosquito. And that would also be very frustrating. So, it would be better for them to turn a blind eye in this matter. However, that prince suffered a defeat at the hands of other princes in a fight once we retracted our assistance. And he's being chased down like a dog ever since. The Wood Dragon continued to explain. And he has now recalled us. In fact, he's crying for help since people are looking for him everywhere. So, the organization has decided to send us there since we're the only ones suitable to go there. The meteor world isn't like the true Marshall world. In fact, a great sage expert would quickly get caught by them if he doesn't have any extraordinary method to hide his presence. A bunch of forces had risen abruptly in the true Marshall world after the true Marshall University's decline, and the line of control of each force had crisscrossed with each other's. This had left behind many loopholes, and the Wood Dragon could easily travel around through those loopholes. However, the meteor sect was different. They had extremely tight control over their territory, so it wasn't easy to enter that place. Sage experts were undoubtedly very low-key when compared to the glamorous great sage experts, so it wasn't easy to catch them. It will take more than 10 years to reach the meteor world from the true martial world by flying, and that too if we don't take any rest, eat, or drink anything in between. So he would have been chopped into pieces by those people by the time we reach there. Yi Shiwen said, the true martial world was very far away from the meteor world. So it would take a few years' time to reach there even if he were to unfold his devil wings and fly at his best speed. And everything would be over by that time since that prince would have been chopped into pieces by then. Yi Shiwen clearly knew about the cruelty and brutality of the fights of these imperial clans. He had understood this because of his enmity with the 8th Prince Yi. We have an advantage. We can use the organization's hidden teleportation portal. The wood dragon smiled mischievously and said they would quickly reach there with the help of portal, and they wouldn't have to fly for more than 10 years in that case. Moreover, the universe was a very dangerous place. So it would have been very depressing if they had died on their way there. Just the 2 of us will go there. Yi Shiwen asked. Of course. It's just a fight between the princes, that's all. So, sage experts will be enough to keep watch. The wood dragon replied, wouldn't that emperor have been worried if our prince were to be very powerful? Yi Shiwen pondered over this matter for a moment. There's always a necessity of balance and power inside a force for its operations to be smooth. He then said, when we are leaving, it would be better if we leave immediately. The sooner, the better. I'm afraid that the boy who doesn't even know the profoundness of this world will get slaughtered. The wood dragon added in an eccentric manner. Okay, let me say goodbye to my senior sister and senior brother. Only Yang Wenjun and Deng Shuixen were present on the entire hidden star peak apart from second sister who had been undergoing closed-door training and cultivating like a madman for many years. So, he would wish to inform them that he was leaving. This was the first time that Yi Shiwen would participate in a task as a member of the Northern Dipper organization. So he took off his cyan-colored robe and put on a white-colored robe in its place. It looked neat and refreshing. Yi Ziwen seniors only asked him to be careful, but they didn't ask where he was going since it wasn't necessary. They flew away into the starry sky after they came out of the true Martial University. The Northern Dipper organization's teleportation portal was situated in the space since it would have been discovered very easily by others if it were to be set up on land. And one could imagine what would have happened if people had discovered it. These are the medicinal ingredients that the organization has gathered. They had asked me to give these materials to you in advance if you agreed. I don't know which immortality pill you are planning to refine. However, it will obviously be helpful for us if your strength promotes. In fact, we could also complete this mission easily if your strength manages to increase. The wood dragon took out a cosmo sack and threw it towards Yi Shiwen. The wood dragon could also see that these ingredients were materials required for alchemy. However, he couldn't tell which pill Yi Shiwen wanted to refine. Yi Shiwen swept out his divine sense and confirmed that these were genuinely the same medicinal ingredients which he had wanted. He obviously became happy as a result. In fact, the Northern Dipper organization had suddenly grown to have this generous imagine in his mind. One could even say that he felt as if it was quite difficult for people to have ill intentions towards them. After all, these goons were also similar in that regard since they had agreed to get hired by the higher-up so that they could take advantage of the Northern Dipper organization and vice versa. It was clearly visible that Northern Dipper organization possessed some high-handed management skills. The organization was quite relaxed. However, its cohesion clearly wasn't small. To be continued. Chapter 498. Forces only used to give 2 things to their subordinates under normal circumstances: reward and punishment. Yi Shiwen had never come across the word punishment. However, he had already obtained too many rewards in the beginning itself. So, it was difficult for him to not have a good opinion regarding the Northern Dipper organization. He was obviously very excited after he obtained the medicinal ingredients. However, he became calm afterwards. he could refine the Break Sage Yellow Pill and make the breakthrough into the Sage Realm. The current situation was completely different from when he would make the breakthrough into the Sage Realm. Only the Sage experts were considered the top-notch experts in the true martial university's main force. He certainly did possess the Sage-level fighting strength at present. However, he only possessed the fighting strength of Sage Realm, and nothing more. His actual realm was still stuck in the late stage of the semi-Sage realm. Moreover, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds once he'd make the breakthrough into the Sage realm. In fact, even Qiao Yu wouldn't have the power to fight back once that would happen. Qiao Yu was a heaven's pride expert of his generation. So, his tyrannical strength had become even stronger with time. Plus, his realm was already far ahead of Yi Zaiwen's. He was about to enter the half-step Great Sage realm. He possessed unfathomable strength. Yi Shiwen took out the mask of the golden dragon of the neck and put it on after they entered the space. It was a dragon mask. He soon found out that this mask had a special function. It could isolate the divine senses. Nobody could see his appearance under the mask as long as he had worn it. Only their Big Dipper, Lord, could recognize the members of their organization. In fact, the rest of the people may not come to know about the other members' appearance in their entire lifetime, since their identities were kept secret. This had been done to prevent the disturbance that might arise in the real lives of the members of the organization because of their identities. He looked at the wood dragon, who had also put on the mask of wood dragon of the horn. His facial features weren't visible. In fact, Yi Shiwen didn't even know wooden dragons' real names so far. The two of them had arrived in the vast space after having come out of true martial world's atmosphere. They then arrived in a desolate meteorite zone under the guidance of the wood dragon. There was a teleportation portal hidden among these countless and densely packed meteors. The wood dragon made a hand seal and opened the portal. The two of them strode forward and entered it. Then they quickly disappeared inside this meteor field. The true martial world was situated extremely far away from the meteor world. Therefore, it took them almost half a month's time to reach the boundary of the meteor world, even though they had traveled via a teleportation portal. They would come out of one portal and go into another. They had consequently traveled through various different channels in this half a month's time. There were channels of all sizes, and it was hard to say how many portals they had to go through by the end of it. Finally, we have arrived. An expert below the Great Sage Realm suffers a lot during interstellar travel. The wood dragon looked a little depressed as he spoke up. His voice sounded like a buzz as it passed through that dragon mask and came out. Great Sage Realm and Sage Realm were two entirely different stages. In fact, it was no big deal for Great Sage experts to touch the magical powers of space principle to such an extent that they could manipulate the size of space itself. And this obviously came in handy during interstellar travel. That guy has given us so much trouble. I really wish to slap him to death. Wood Dragon waved his hand and made a slapping gesture. He had become very irritated after having switched portals for half a month. Let's go. It won't be beneficial for either of us if that guy gets chopped to pieces. Yi Shiwen opened his mouth and spoke. His voice sounded like the buzzing sound that's produced by the collision of gold and iron. They stealthily swept past the interstellar space on their rainbow lights. The meteor world had experts in abundance. In fact, their numbers here were even higher than the one inside the true martial world. They finally plunged into the atmosphere of the meteor world after they had flown for several more hours. Let's go. That boy isn't far away. The wood dragon spoke up with excitement. He was holding a talisman in his hand, and this talisman could detect that prince's presence. The two of them had already rushed down to the sea area. They possessed the strength of Sage Realm, so their speed was extremely quick as they were trod on the rainbow light. They rushed to the deeper region of the sea. The mighty waves were surging under their feet. The demon beasts inside the roaring sea were frequently attacking them. However, Yi Shiwen didn't need to attack. The wood dragon would use his imposing aura and suppress those incautious demon beasts to death. Yi Shiwen remembered that he had also fought with demon beasts in the deeper region of the East Sea in order to train. And the demon beasts of this sea weren't inferior to those in the East Sea in any aspect. However, it was impossible for these demon beasts to cause any trouble for them. A sage expert was enough to make the sea a dead zone up to the radius of thousands of miles. "I can sense he must be nearby," the wood dragon spoke up. The two of them immediately became wary because they knew that people must be chasing that prince in order to kill him. And he was nearby, so there was a possibility that his enemies could also be around. And these two might have to face a bitter struggle in that case. Yi Shiwen restrained his divine aura, and his body melted into the void. He had managed to conceal his figure in a very efficient manner. 23rd Prince, will you still not surrender? Your subordinates are already dead. Only you are left. Do you still think that you can escape? Someone arrived on the rainbow light as this ice-cold shout was heard from far away. Yi Shiwen looked on with rapt attention. He spotted a young man who seemed approximately 20 years old. He was clad in a magnificent robe. His facial features were quite outstanding. However, he looked in a very distressed state at this time. His magnificent robe had been torn into shreds from several sides. Several huge wounds had also been opened on his body. Some of those wounds had already dried up, while blood was still gushing out from some others. The real elemental energy was shining feebly on his body. In fact, it was flickering. So, it was evident that he was very exhausted. Yi Shiwen immediately realized that this man must be that idiot prince, as told by the wood dragon. He was presumably the one they were looking for. The wood dragon had explained that this man had gotten the support of the Northern Dipper organization at first. However, he had then wanted to leave the organization. He genuinely was an idiot. There was nothing wrong if he had wanted to leave the organization. However, he must have looked at his strength first. He had clearly overreached himself. So, he was now paying for his mistake. Several rainbow lights were pursuing him closely, and they were getting increasingly closer to him. Principles seemed to be twining in the auras of the pursuers. All of them turned out to be the experts of the late stage of the semi-sage realm. Moreover, a senior expert having outstanding aura was behind them. He was steadily following everyone from behind. He seemed like a senior expert of the intermediate stage of the sage realm. He had a childish face, and he was clad in splendid clothing. His strength was extremely dreadful. Moreover, he was the one who had spoken those words. I didn't expect that he would be the only one remaining. It seems that his subordinates have already died. Moreover, a sage expert is leading a team to chase and kill him. It's not surprising that he's in such a distressed state. He looks like a dead dog. The wood dragon spoke up after he had swept out his divine sense. He had spoken this in a disdainful tone, but his gaze was firmly fixed on that old man who had a baby face. His subordinates haven't died yet. They've left him so that he can be brought under the control of the Northern Dipper organization. Yi Shiwen took a pause and corrected him. You're right. However, these are top-level matters. We're merely hired goons and nothing more. So, why do you care about these things? Do you wish to compete with the 7-star officers? There's no vacancy among the 7-star officers at this time. But you may have a chance if you can get rid of any one of them. The wood dragon laughed mischievously and replied. Yi Shiwen didn't pay attention to his sudden leap of thoughts. Was it a joke? Yi Shiwen hadn't seen those 7-star officers. However, he had heard about them from the wood dragon. Each of those 7-star officers was a senior expert at the peak of the great sage realm, and they wouldn't require too much strength to crush him to death. Therefore, Yi Shiwen wasn't thinking about this for now. He and the Northern Dipper organization were merely taking advantage of each other. The Constellation members were only considered as goons who had been hired by the high-level experts. So he didn't need to pay attention to the secret matters of the Northern Dipper organization. Moreover, he could decide whether he wanted to receive the tasks or not. However, things would change in their entirety once he became a star officer. He would obviously get integrated into the Northern Dipper organization's core. But he would also have to participate in the Northern Dipper organization's management and future plans. And he didn't want that. "Give up any such idea!" the 23rd Prince shouted back in an angered voice. Then a huge power burst out of his body. He was young. However, he was also a senior expert of the late stage of the semi-sage realm. So, it wasn't surprising that he had managed to escape under the nose of several senior semi-sage experts. However, he was struggling to escape from a sage expert. Yi Shiwen secretly nodded. He isn't ready to give up in this adverse situation. In fact, he seems prepared for a major fight on the contrary. It's not surprising that the Northern Dipper organization had placed their bets on him and had sent him inside the meteor world as their saboteur. Yi Shiwen knew that this man wasn't the only saboteur of the Northern Dipper organization in the meteor world. However, this scene was enough to prove that this 23rd Prince wasn't as incapable as the Wood Dragon had said. "Get ready to attack," the Wood Dragon said. "It won't be easy to deal with this old man. You keep him engaged for a moment. I will return to back you up after I've wiped out those subordinates of the semi-sage realm." The Wood Dragon wasn't aware of Yi Xiwen's fighting strength. So he felt that it would best if Yi Shiwen could keep this old man of the intermediate stage of the sage realm engaged for a while. And then both of them could defeat him together in the end. Then don't you blame us for resorting to extreme methods. That baby-faced old man was still smiling. It didn't seem like he was talking about this matter. In fact, it seemed as if was talking about a matter that wasn't terrifying at all. That old man stretched out his big hand to grab the 23rd Prince. It wasn't some martial technique, and it wasn't some magical power either. It was just an average big hand that had swept out. However, it gave off a feeling of calamity as it swept out. Bang! His big hand rose in the sky against the wind, and it became bigger and bigger as it rose. It then swept down towards the 23rd Prince to arrest him. It seemed as if it would grab him to death very shortly after. "Attack!" Suddenly, a loud shout came out from the void. Then, two figures came out flying from the void. They carried incomparably dreadful auras. It seemed as if mountains and rivers had reversed their directions, while sun and moon had lost their brightness. In fact, it seemed as if these two individuals were the only ones present in the world at this time. "Who are you? Why do you wish to save this trash? Aren't you afraid of offending our great Wei State's fourth prince?" The old man saw these two men clad in moon-white robes. However, he couldn't see their faces. Instead, he only saw the shadows of two individuals who wore monstrous masks, and this made him fearful and apprehensive to some extent. To be continued. Chapter 499. What fourth prince of Great Wei State? I haven't heard of him. The Wood Dragon picked his ear and made a contemptuous gesture. The old man's complexion sank when he saw this. He then spoke. "Do the two of you really wish to oppose us?" The old man could see that it wouldn't be easy to deal with Yi Shiwen and the Wood Dragon, and this had left his heart to palpitate. Otherwise, a man of his temperament would have rushed up to kill them without wasting any time in idle talk. "Great, you've finally arrived." The 23rd Prince became relaxed when he saw both of them. He had been dragging this matter in the hope that the people of the Northern Dipper organization would arrive. Things had gotten out of hand, and he had consequently realized that he was too inexperienced. He used to believe that he possessed enough strength, and thus he wanted to fly alone. However, he would never have imagined that the Northern Dipper organization would stop caring about him and would make him land into such a critical situation. The Wood Dragon shot a glance at him. However, he didn't pay much attention to this prince, since he believed the man to be an idiot. He was all jolly and frank when he was with Yi Shiwen, but that was because he believed that Yi Shiwen was qualified enough to be at a par with him. After all, who was Wood Dragon? He was one the top heavens pride experts of the younger generation. So he didn't pay any attention to ordinary heavens pride experts, let alone an unworthy person like the 23rd Prince. However, Yi Shiwen nodded after he saw the 23rd Prince. Yi Shiwen didn't possess that unfathomable arrogance which the Wood Dragon did. In fact, Yi Shiwen felt that there was no need for such kind of arrogance. The old man was looking at these two individuals in a fearful manner. He hadn't expected that the 23rd Prince was still hiding behind a force. Moreover, it was evident that these two individuals weren't the 23rd Prince's subordinates. So they might belong to the force he had joined hands with. This had immediately made him vigilant. They had dared to interfere in the matter of the Great Wei State's royal clan. Moreover, they had conveniently sent two sage experts here. Perhaps it wasn't an ordinary force, and the situation might get reversed since the 23rd Prince had the support of such a force. "It seems that you genuinely wish to oppose us," that old man spoke up in a deep voice. "Then don't blame us for being impolite." He was afraid of these two men. However, he was also quite proud of himself. After all, a sage expert was powerful enough to run amok in a region. "Attack!" the Wood Dragon shouted loudly. He suddenly trod forward, and the void got shattered because of that. He then suddenly appeared in front of those semi-sage experts. Bang! A semi-sage expert was caught off guard, and he got killed by Wood Dragon's quick attack as a result. In fact, the Wood Dragon had broken his skull in one fist attack. He couldn't possibly have survived this. "Stop!" The old man became scared and angry. He hadn't expected that these two individuals would resort to extreme methods. They simply weren't holding back. He stretched out his fists towards the Wood Dragon. It was an incredible iron fist. He had practiced an extraordinary fist technique. He certainly looked old. However, his pair of fists was extremely powerful. In fact, it was an illustrious fist technique. Wait a moment. Your opponent. Yi Shiwen finally decided to move. A fire-colored big hand stretched out. It seemed as if the fire cloud's falling sky hand could stir the earth and shatter the horizon when displayed by Yi Shiwen. The old man promptly withdrew his attack from the Wood Dragon and shot his iron fists towards Yi Shiwen to face his attack. His fists had condensed from his entire Bodis energy and looked like mountains as they swept over. Rumble! It was a startling collision. The mountain-like iron fists and sky falling hand suddenly collided with each other. Terrifying energy waves formed at the spot of collision and swept across. It seemed as if they'd engulf the whole world. In fact, it seemed as if the entire space would be torn into shreds. Ah! A loud scream passed through endless light screens. That old man went flying in the sky as blood splashed out from his body. His pair of iron fists had been shattered by Yi Shiwen. He screamed endlessly. The figure that had stood firmly in the void this entire time had been forced to retreat. Poof! The old man spouted blood from his mouth. He was in disbelief as he saw the figure of this man who wore a dragon mask. And he couldn't believe that he was unable to stop even his one move of his. He had been immersed in practicing this fist technique his entire life. He had progressed and perfected the fist technique to an extremely profound level. In fact, his fists were also known as incomparable iron fists. They could pulverize the entire world. He could even dare to resist a sage tool with his iron fists. However, he didn't expect that his iron fists would get fractured and collapse in front of a single attack from Yi Shiwen. Countless cracks had proliferated from his fingers. In fact, they had reached up to his arms. Blood was gushing out from his arms. This scene looked exceptionally shocking. He had felt as if a terrifying force was crushing his body a moment ago. That big hand had swept down with such a crushing force that it seemed like it could crush the world itself. He would have been done for if it weren't for his iron fists, which had withstood most of that overwhelming force. This attack could have split open his body. Moreover, he saw that his opponent had barely moved. It was evident that his opponent's body was extremely tyrannical. In fact, it was beyond anyone's imagination. The old expert had killed and crushed many opponents to reach the sage realm. Most of his opponents had been ordinary talents, and all of them had died at his hands. However, he had never come across an expert so terrifying that he literally seemed like a god. A gust of wind began to blow. It gave rise to waves of bloody aura. It blew the corner of the hem of Yi Zaiwen's moon-white-colored robe. In fact, it looked as if it was floating in the air. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene, no matter whether it was those semi-sage experts or the 23rd Prince or the Wood Dragon. All of them had been struck dumb in that very instant. A mere palm attack had crushed the offensive of that old man in its entirety. Just how dreadful was his physique! They could swear that they had never seen such a ferocious physique. His opponent was a great expert of the intermediate stage of the sage realm. Moreover, his iron fists were very powerful. However, they had been broken by a mere palm attack of this man's. Those semi-sage experts felt despair as they saw the scene. That sage, level old man was their backbone. These semi-sage experts looked insignificant in this clash between sage-level experts. After all, evil geniuses like Yi Shiwen were very rare to come across. However, this sage-level old man didn't have the power to fight back in front of Yi Shiwen. Moreover, he had collapsed at the first encounter, and this had pushed them into the abyss of despair. It seemed like they would collapse any moment now. That 23rd Prince was also left dumbstruck when he saw the scene. He hadn't expected that he would see such a scene. That old man had been chasing him since a long time. So, he obviously knew that the said old man was very frightening. He had survived till now, but he knew that it wasn't like the old man couldn't kill him. In fact, saying that would be total nonsense. Moreover, he knew that the old man was mere playing hide-and-seek with him, just like a cat plays with a mouse. The old man wanted to tease him before finishing him off. However, the same old man had nearly died by a single slap from Yi Shiwen. So, this man had to be extremely terrifying, and endless revere had arisen in his heart for the Northern Dipper organization. Only some peripheral members of the Northern Dipper organization had been there to accompany him at first. There were a few sage experts among them. However, there wasn't anyone as terrifying as Yi Shiwen. How ferocious would this organization be if it had even a few such terrifying experts? It would simply be unimaginable. The thought of leaving the Northern Dipper organization and being a lone evil genius had immediately vanished from his mind as a result of this realization. He obviously didn't have any other way either. Well, he at least didn't have such strength at present. However, the one who was stunned the most was none other than Wood Dragon. He also hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen could be so powerful. He was very proud of himself. After all, he was an expert of the intermediate stage of the sage realm, even though he was from the younger generation. However, he was still quite afraid of that old man, since he must have been cultivating for God knows how many years. So he had planned that he would deal with that old man along with Yi Shiwen. However, he hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen would single-handedly beat him up like a dog. Crap, this guy is abnormal. The Wood Dragon had no choice but to say this. He finally understood why Qing Su had strongly recommended Yi Shiwen for becoming a member of the Northern Dipper organization. One must know that the Northern Dipper organization was a very loose organization. However, it didn't mean that they wouldn't inspect a person before they'd make them a member of the organization. The Northern Dipper organization had decided to examine Yi Shiwen and had made him a member after he had been strongly recommended by Qing Su. "Young man, don't be so crazy," that old man roared. Those horrifying cracks on his iron fists had gradually begun to heal. Moreover, his complexion had turned abnormally red. It was evident that he was using some secret technique in order to fix his injuries. He had soon regained the original cold and metallic luster. Then, that old man launched an attack at Yi Shiwen in order to kill him. A pair of fists swept down like small mountains, and it seemed as if they wanted to crush the world. He had instilled his entire life's martial arts power into this pair of iron fists. Consequently, this time's attack had left everyone numb as it swept out. It was far more tyrannical than the previous attack. However, Yi Shiwen didn't even look at him. He obviously didn't want any more trouble. So he didn't use the fire clouds falling sky hand this time. Instead, he used his current top technique, Big Bang Stardust Fist. Yi Shiwen had gotten very used to the fire clouds falling sky hand. And this wasn't the case with the Big Bang Stardust Fist yet. In fact, he had even deduced the essence of the fire clouds falling sky hand technique. However, his understanding of the Big Bang Stardust Fist was still higher than that of this technique. He had practiced the Big Bang Stardust Fist for several years. So, it could be said that he had comprehended this fist technique to the pinnacle. "Ha!" the old man roared. His attack arrived in front of Yi Shiwen within the blink of an eye. Yi Shiwen could almost feel that the wind pressure was tearing apart his facial skin. Bang! Yi Shiwen suddenly shot his fist, and it pounded on that old man's iron fists like a big star. Crunch! A horrifying sound of breaking of bones reverberated. That pair of iron fists had been broken in the sky once again. Moreover, the condition of the injury was far more dreadful this time. In fact, his entire fists had been badly mangled and mutilated. That old man again spouted a mouthful of blood. His fists had been badly mutilated by Yi Shiwen. He didn't possess an insanely powerful body like Yi Shiwen. Only his fists were extremely powerful. However, they had directly been damaged at this time. He had finally realized that he wasn't a match for this man in the dragon mask. So, he promptly turned around to make his escape. However, how Yi Shiwen could let an enemy escape? He immediately shot his Big Bang Stardust Fist once again. The old man screamed loudly. His body was blasted by the fist's impact. It then broke and he died at once. To be continued. Chapter 500. The Wood Dragon of the Horn also didn't take too long to wipe out those semi-sage experts, once that old man had died. However, his expression had turned rather strange when he saw that he was still one step slower than Yi Shiwen. He remained quiet for a long time before he eventually cussed out, "Fu *K! You're abnormal." The 23rd Prince also nodded fiercely. "Holy Fu *K! He's really abnormal." That old sage had chased him endlessly, and he hadn't been able to escape from that man. However, that same man had been killed by Yi Shiwen in just one fist attack. So, it would be strange if he weren't to be called abnormal. However, he suddenly realized something and promptly shook his head. He had realized that he couldn't possibly dare to make such a comment out loud, and that too in front of such a ferocious person. The wood dragon had dared to joke with Yi Shiwen. However, even the wood dragon was nothing in front of Yi Shiwen. So, how he could dare to joke with Yi Shiwen? However, Yi Shiwen didn't care too much about their reactions since he felt that there was nothing to flaunt about killing that old man. There had always been differences in the strengths of the experts of the same level. The matured Heaven's Pride experts had always been far more powerful than ordinary experts. Therefore, it would have been impossible for Yi Shiwen to win so effortlessly if his opponent were to be that wood dragon. In fact, it would have only been possible if he had already entered the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm. Thanks a lot to both senior brothers for saving my life. The 23rd Prince immediately showed some courtesy towards both individuals once he saw that they had killed the enemies who had been pursuing him. "And," the wood dragon replied in a cold manner, since he believed that they wouldn't have had to go through the trouble of rushing to the meteor world from the true martial world if it weren't for this idiot prince. "I sense that people are coming over from everywhere," the wood dragon suddenly spoke up. Yi Shiwen had also sensed that there were many divine senses sweeping over from the surroundings. Many figures had appeared far away in the distant sky. This fight had evidently alarmed the nearby forces. "We must leave quickly." The 23rd Prince became frightened when he heard that more people were coming. He was completely exhausted at this time, and it should be mentioned that he was scared that he would be chased down endlessly once again. What leave? You mustn't escape at this time. Instead, you must return to the imperial capital and seize the throne. Yi Shiwen faintly replied. He had learned a bit about the ongoing situation on his journey to this place. The current emperor of the Great Wei State had faced a rebound during martial arts practice and lost his sanity. So his condition had already become hopeless, and it could be said that he was hanging on his last breath. Therefore, the previously mild contest for acquiring the throne had suddenly become intense. And this was the reason why the 23rd Prince was forced to escape. In fact, he had nearly been killed by them in this chase. This had happened because the Northern Dipper organization had withdrawn its support from him, but the 23rd Prince himself had the support of a number of other forces. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of leaving the Northern Dipper organization. And this point was enough to leave one to imagine that the competition for the throne of the Great Wei Empire had reached to what extent. "Let them see that you aren't afraid anymore," Yi Shiwen said. "Let them see that you have again got the support of some people. Show them that you can create your influence." The 23rd Prince wasn't the most popular one among the many princes. The most popular ones were the 1st Prince, 2nd Prince, 4th Prince, 7th Prince, and the 9th Prince. Moreover, all of them were formidable and ambitious experts of this generation. The situation had turned to this because everybody had started to compete for the throne since the current emperor hadn't crowned the new prince. Therefore, this wasn't the time to remain low-key. Rather, he must make a comeback and advance energetically. He must re-enter the contest for the throne at once. The contest for the throne wasn't so simple. It wasn't that a third party wouldn't try to take the advantage of the fight between two people. Moreover, it was quite possible that some other prince would have defeated all the opponents by now, and may have integrated all the forces under his command while the 23rd Prince was still hiding. And the power of the throne would become rock steady if that were to happen. Consequently, there would be nothing left to fight for. The 23rd Prince genuinely deserved the Northern Dipper organization's attention. He had surely panicked for a moment. However, he was quick to realize his mistake. He cupped his hands in obeisance and said, "Then I will request both of you to help me." However, his vision was fixed on Yi Shiwen as he said this. He had already figured that the wood dragon's attitude wasn't very favorable towards him among these two senior experts. However, Yi Shiwen was talking to him nicely. Yi Shiwen had noticed some ambition in him. However, he also believed that the 23rd Prince was a man of big ambitions, but little talent. This was so because he wouldn't have rashly separated himself from the Northern Dipper organization in the prevalent, unclear circumstances if you're genuinely ambitious and shrewd. Sigh, there's a long way to go when it comes to helping this guy get on the throne. However, this was also the next part of the task that they had accepted. These two individuals wouldn't have arrived here from so far away if it was only about saving this guy's life. However, Yi Shiwen and the Wood Dragon had already discussed about this while they were on their way. The best method would be to kill everyone else. They must kill whoever would challenge the 23rd Prince for the throne, since things would become normal only if they were to kill everyone. Extremely bloody contests had taken place for the throne in the past as well. In fact, people were often slaughtered until only one of them had remained. What are schemes and tricks in front of absolute strength? They are as insignificant as floating clouds. The entirety of those schemes would be shattered if one sword swept down to chop. This was the most straightforward and also the most effective method. The three of them disappeared on the rainbow lights as the spies from many forces looked on. "This man is the 23rd Prince, right?" Someone recognized the 23rd Prince and said this. The news that the 23rd prince was being hunted had already spread throughout the Great Wei Empire by this time. However, nobody wanted to save him. This was because there was a lot of confusion in the Great Wei Empire at this time, and a lot of forces had gotten ready to make trouble. So, nobody knew what would happen in the next second. Moreover, people didn't wish to save a loser prince who looked like he was going to die soon. But where he has found these two extremely dreadful experts, I know that that old man was an unfathomable expert in the fourth prince's faction. It has been said that the third prince had invited him join his force. In fact, he had even spent huge amount of wealth for that cause. However, he has been defeated by these two men in such an effortless manner. Yeah, and their dresses lead me to guess that they belong to some force or organization. Perhaps the 23rd prince has obtained a strong support. The situation will definitely get reversed if that has happened. Well, it's difficult to say that. There is a big chaos inside the imperial capital at present. Each of these princes seems ready to make trouble, and all of them belong to an ambitious generation. So, none of them is willing to lose. Only God knows who will be ordained by heaven and receive the title of the emperor. Ordained by heaven and receive the title of emperor. He. Who believes in fate nowadays? That is only a means to trick the ignorant masses. Only the person who possesses powerful strength will receive the title of the emperor. All three of them were martial experts, so their speed was extremely fast. They reached the imperial capital of the Great Wei state in only half a day's time. Who are you people? They had barely arrived above the imperial capital when a senior guard of the legendary Great Complete Realm came up flying and shouted. Even a city guard was of the legendary Great Complete Realm. The Great Wei Empire possessed far more powerful when compared to several big empires of the southern region. Powerhouses of the Sage Realm were rare in the big empires of the southern region. So, the semi-sage experts were the top experts in the main fighting force of those empires. However, this 23rd prince was an expert of semi-sage realm in his own merit. Therefore, it was evident that the disparity between both regions wasn't small. Bastard, don't you know me? The 23rd prince yelled at him. He had gone through a lot of hardships lately, and he was running short of time. Moreover, he obviously cared about his prestige the most. 23rd prince. The guard suddenly became stunned as soon as he saw the 23rd prince. He hadn't expected that the 23rd prince would return. Everyone had thought that the 23rd prince was doomed since his forces had been wiped out by the 4th prince. Therefore, this guard hadn't expected that he would see this prince again. No. But the guard immediately became arrogant after being surprised for a moment. Everyone knows that your majesty disappeared a long time ago. So, you will have to pass through strict checking since you've appeared after such a long time. The complexion of the 23rd prince immediately turned ugly. Did he wish to fight with him on the spot? Would someone need to go through an identification process if they return after an absence of some time period? Wouldn't the entire world become a mess if that were to happen? This clearly showed that someone was deliberately making things difficult for him. Apparently, someone didn't wish for him to come back. Bastard! How dare you! The complexion of the 23rd prince turned gloomy. You're blocking my path. It seems that you don't want to live. Bang! The 23rd prince stretched out his big hand after he had said this. He then grabbed that arrogant guard and crushed him to death. He was transformed into a mass of blood fog as a result. The 23rd prince wasn't a sage expert. However, he was powerful enough to annihilate a legendary Great Complete Realm expert without breaking a sweat. Yi Shiwen had explained this earlier to him. Either don't return or show high-handed strength when you return. You will die soon if you remained low-key at this time, because those other princes would have thought of all kinds of methods in advance. The people who are weak and don't have the qualifications to compete are the first ones to get cleared out. They would then wait and examine whether they can find a situation in which they can take advantage of the dispute between two parties. He had revealed sufficient high-handed strength this time. The three of them entered the city after they had killed that guard. Those remaining soldiers didn't dare to stop these three individuals, since they looked like monsters. Moreover, one of them was the 23rd prince. The emperor had 100 princes and countless grandsons. However, no matter how many princes were there, a prince is a prince. One must not try to bully them. Didn't that pretentious guard get crushed to death a moment ago? Anyway, these were high-level matters. So, why would these soldiers of the city bother to commit a crime and lose their lives in return? The news of the 23rd prince's return had spread throughout the entire imperial capital by now. Some forces who had faster news network had already got the news of 23rd prince's return. And those better-informed forces had also investigated and found out that two ferocious experts had helped the 23rd prince in killing a senior sage expert of the 4th prince's faction. The rumors about the reversal of situation had begun to spread. Many rumors had proliferated. Some had even said that the 23rd prince had obtained the support of some force, and they had sent experts to support him. There were many other rumors as well, and all those rumors had spread out at a very quick pace. To be continued. Chapter 501. The news that the 23rd prince had returned to the imperial capital had spread throughout the entire imperial capital overnight. However, the atmosphere of the imperial capital was already tense. So, this news didn't cause a huge sensation. However, the undercurrent had become even more intense. The three individuals had returned to the 23rd prince's mansion. People of many sects and 23rd prince's faction had arrived in quick succession after they got the news of his return. The 23rd prince was also several hundred years old and had been operating these forces since then. His forces had been destroyed from the outside. However, he had another huge force hidden in the shadows. However, the strength of the internal forces must be transferred to the external force, since the external force had been destroyed. 23rd Prince's faction looked dead a brief while ago. However, it had reorganized in one day. Experts of different ranks had gathered in a group. The group had an expert of the initial stage of the Sage Realm and several experts of the Semi-Sage Realm. It seemed that the 23rd Prince wasn't that ordinary either. It was such a waste that he had secretly concealed this kind of a force. However, he at least didn't rule out this force and ultimately decided to use it at this time. Congratulations! Your Majesty has escaped the disaster. Yeah, congratulations, Your Highness. The 4th Prince is so cruel. Many experts congratulated the 23rd Prince one after another, but he didn't smile unnecessarily. Rather, he looked courteous towards the loyalty of the people of his faction. That sage expert among these fighters was a middle-aged man. He had a somewhat gloomy face. He was coldly standing at one place, but he had an enigmatic air about him. It had been said that this sage expert was known as Old Ancestor Gongyang. He was a random cultivator with no background. The 23rd Prince had requested a sage to come help him with great difficulty. He was also his biggest trump card in this contest for the title of Emperor. Not even 1/10 of the total princes could invite a sage realm consecrate, and only the princes who had invited a sage realm consecrate were eligible to compete for the title of Emperor. The 23rd Prince had another consecrate expert in his faction apart from the experts of the Northern Dipper organization. However, he had died in the sudden attack that was made by the 4th Prince. Such a high-handed 23rd Prince had been forced to run away and leave this place in the past. However, that was because several of the most promising princes had joined hands against him. Yi Shiwen and Wood Dragon were standing in a corner. They didn't wish to go out and grab the limelight in front of these people. Your Majesty, you shouldn't be so impulsive. You should have returned quietly. You mustn't have made such a big noise when you returned. We may have attracted the attention of several forces because of this, and we may consequently become an eyesore for several of princes. The enigmatic-looking old ancestor Gongyang gave a serious lesson in a chiding manner. He. Yi Shiwen laughed out loud and spoke up. What's the use of remaining hidden? Aren't the other forces spies present everywhere in the city? So, what's the use of returning quietly? You must show the strength of your stance if you wish to conquer people's heart. What do you think this is? This is a contest for the throne. Yi Shiwen had finally spoken up at this time. He wanted the 23rd prince to assume a strong stance. What was the 23rd prince in the past? He was far from being the most popular one among the princes. In fact, he appeared like a trash when set off. How could such trash have the charisma to gain support of the powerful individuals? This was the necessary requirement to climb up to the throne. Having enough power and support was the real requirement to be the emperor. Only showing one's robust and high-profile attitude was the way to attract the forces that were waiting and watching to become supporters. To increase the strength of one's own force was the general trend. The so-called general trend was making one's own force stronger and stronger. This was the demand of present time, and not like before when the old emperors used to strongly control the empire. Meanwhile, a prince would remain low-key and would wait for the contention among princes to be over. Then, he'd integrate the entire empire's forces. But would people wish such a person to obtain the position of the emperor? Obtaining an advantage from the disputes of two parties was a very good idea. However, it wasn't like only they could think of obtaining such advantage. Couldn't other powerful princes think of that as well? The 23rd prince had been chased down once before. That was an attempt to clear him out. This was the best proof. Do you wish to put His Highness in trouble? His Highness is under the influence of your witchcraft, and that's why he lost self-control and acted like this. The old ancestor Gong Yang pointed a finger at Yi Shiwen. He could sense that the 23rd prince thought very highly of Yi Shiwen and the wood dragon, and this had left him to feel somewhat threatened. In fact, he felt a threat to his position. One must know that the 23rd prince had only 2 sage realm experts by his side in the past. However, they still wanted to get rid of each other. So he believed that it was his time to acquire the top position since the other sage expert had died. However, 2 mysterious experts had arrived at this time, and this could possibly destabilize his position. So he was quite hostile towards them even though they hadn't spoken anything. Trouble? How can there be no danger if you wish to acquire the position of the emperor? Yi Shiwen coldly laughed and said, "Which place is completely safe in this world? A stone may fall on you, even if you are walking on the road. One mustn't bother about small things in a big matter. One must advance courageously with hope. What if the spies of other princes' factions sent experts to kill His Highness? Can you take this responsibility?" Old ancestor Gong Yang became angry. He berated Yi Shiwen as he assumed a loyal and caring expression on his face. "I will kill all of them if that happens." Yi Shiwen replied in a casual manner, "And I will keep killing them until nobody dares to take the position of the emperor." The prince's mansion had suddenly turned quiet. In fact, there was a pin-drop silence, and cold breeze had begun to blow. Everyone was left dumbstruck, since they hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen would say such a thing. Nobody could believe their ears. They thought that Yi Shiwen was insane. Did he even know how many sage experts were behind these powerful princes? Even a weak prince like the 23rd prince had the support of 2 sage experts behind him, even though he could only be considered as a trash in this contest for the imperial throne. Nobody could imagine how many sage experts were behind those powerful princes. However, Yi Shiwen had dared to claim that he would kill all of them. "I will keep killing them until nobody dares to take the position of the emperor." Such words had left everyone to believe that he was insane. Even the wood dragon, was looking at him in a shock, since he hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen would actually say such a thing. This statement might make other people think that Yi Shiwen was crazy, but Wood Dragon didn't think so. The entire world might call Yi Shiwen insane, but he wouldn't. And that was because he could sense the burning confidence in his words. This wasn't arrogance. This was self-confidence. It seemed as if every enemy was insignificant in front of him. He could kill all of them. He would keep killing them until nobody in this world dared to take the position of the emperor. The Wood Dragon didn't fall behind in praising him. Many of those semi-sage experts were watching this dispute between both sides. Old Ancestor Gongyang clearly had a very big status in the hearts of these people. However, it seemed as if Yi Shiwen wasn't a person to be trifled with either. They had heard that he had saved His Highness. Therefore, two powerful individuals were colliding with each other at this time. So, these people would certainly get to watch a good show. However, everyone had taken the old Ancestor Gongyang's side. They didn't have good relations with him on ordinary days. However, he was still one of them. However, these two individuals of unknown origins had put on strange masks. Their dresses made it seem as if they belonged to some force. However, they were still outsiders at the end of the day. They wouldn't be afraid if there were only one person to deal with, just like the old Ancestor Gongyang. How ferocious was he alone? However, they were very fearful since Yi Shiwen had the support of an entire force. One must have incredible strength if one had to face a lot of people at once. Everyone criticized Yi Shiwen. Some people called him egoistic, while others called him arrogant, and so on. In short, nobody spoke any words of praise for him. He's egoistic. Your Highness, this man is a lunatic. Maybe he's a spy of some other force's faction who wants to put your Highness in trouble. Old Ancestor Gongyang looked at Yi Shiwen in a bitter manner and said. A loyal and caring expression appeared on his face. He believed that one must maintain a low profile and a fair amount of strength in order to compete for the title of the emperor. They mustn't be extravagant. He couldn't fathom that a person who endured patiently could never become a good ruler of a country. However, Yi Zaiwen's opinion was completely different. The so-called maintaining a low profile and being sophisticated were the excuses of the people who didn't have enough strength. One must kill those who try to block one's path if one possesses enough strength. Whoever jumps in the way must be killed, and then one shall see who dares to jump in. Yi Shiwen had been following the overbearing method from the beginning when he had chosen the blade skill, and he had been like that since then. He would go all out. He didn't know any other method. Therefore, he was very familiar with using power to overwhelm people. Nothing was impossible as long as one possessed enough strength. Do you think that you can compete for the imperial throne by relying on such people? Yi Shiwen looked at the 23rd prince. He sneered and said, "They are just a bunch of goons." The 23rd prince looked at both sides with a bit of embarrassment. Wouldn't he have known that it was impossible to compete with the entire world by depending on old Ancestor Gongyang and these people? That sudden attack from the 4th prince had defeated his forces in a flash, and that had been a huge setback for him. He had been operating his force since a long time. However, it had collapsed at the first blow. It didn't matter how much he had been jumping around up till now. He could only be a trash for other people. His only hope was to depend on the support of the Northern Dipper organization. He didn't have a clear idea regarding this mysterious organization. However, this organization had revealed only the tip of the iceberg, and even that was enough to make him tremble with fear. He might perhaps fight with the Northern Dipper organization after he had taken the authority of the empire in his hands. However, he wasn't thinking about this at present. Old Ancestor Gongyang and other people weren't inferior. However, such strength wouldn't have any major effect on those powerful princes. Old Ancestor Gongyang glared at Yi Shiwen. He opened his eyes wide. In fact, it seemed as if he wanted to break open. After all, He was a senior sage expert in his own merit. However, Yi Shiwen had evaluated them as goons, and he was obviously included among them. Goon? Nobody had ever called him that. One doesn't get extremely angry by verbal humiliation. However, this happens when someone disregards them in their entirety. To be continued. Chapter 502. The 23rd Prince had become exceptionally embarrassed. He agreed with what Yi Shiwen had said. One could say that these people were merely a bunch of hoodlums in comparison. However, he couldn't address them like that because he would hurt his subordinates if he did. Brat, you have made me furious. Old Ancestor Gong Yang became angry. An iron sword appeared in his hand. It suddenly issued astonishing sword energy towards Yi Shiwen along with a clang sound. The sword energy broke down the space and arrived in front of Yi Shiwen within the blink of an eye. Humph! Yi Shiwen coldly snorted, and his golden hand suddenly stretched out. It transformed into a very big hand above the prince's mansion and suddenly pressed down. Yi Shiwen had perfected the fire cloud's falling sky hand to such an extent that no one could refute him if he were to say that he belonged to the fire cloud cave. Of course, he would need to change his clothes and appearance first. Even the wood dragon of the horn was left dumbstruck by this. This style of the fire cloud's falling sky hand looked more authentic than the traditional one. Perhaps he would have also believed that Yi Shiwen belonged to the Fire Cloud Cave if he didn't know that he was a disciple of the true martial university. However, he still had no other choice but to doubt Yi Shiwen. Could Yi Shiwen be an undercover spy of the Fire Cloud Cave in the true martial university? I can't fool *King believe my eyes. This is seriously against the heaven's will. There's a saying in layman's language, one shouldn't bite off more than one can chew. However, Yi Shiwen didn't need to worry about that. He had the mysterious space at his disposal. He could easily chew and digest any type of technique as long as he had enough spirit energy. So, there simply wasn't a situation in which he could bite off more than he could chew. The iron sword struck Yi Shiwen's big hand. However, it couldn't even put a scratch on it. On the contrary, a metal, clanging sound resounded as it struck his big hand. But his big hand continued to press down invariably. The old ancestor Gong Yang felt an enormous force pressing down upon him. The portion between his thumb and forefinger got ruptured and blood splashed out. The old ancestor Gong Yang became indescribably terrified. He hadn't thought that Yi Shiwen's body could be so powerful. The body of a person who had practiced a body tempering technique was likely to be very powerful, especially of a person who had practiced a martial technique for tempering one's body. However, it still couldn't be one's strongest point because people might attain intrepid bodies, but there are very rare top-notch physiques that could surpass the toughness of divine weapons and the divine tools. These weapons could break the formidable body of any person. So, it was useless to rely on the toughness of one's body to face those divine tools. But an extremely powerful body like that of Yi Shiwen was also very rare. Many experts used to wear gloves made up of golden cicadas silk for using the divine tools. How could the old ancestor Gong Yang have accepted his defeat? He used his strongest sword technique, wind and thunder sword technique. Wind and thunder erupted all of a sudden, and countless sounds of thunder reverberated. Then, endless thunder and lightning suddenly pounded on top of Yi Shiwen's big hand. However, it seemed as if those thunder and lightning had pounded on a stone. They couldn't budge his big hand. In fact, they could only set off a puff of black smoke. Bang! Yi Shiwen crushed the old ancestor Gong Yang's sword energy. Puff! Old ancestor Gong Yang spouted a mouthful of blood, and his body went flying upside down. Yi Shiwen retracted his hand. He didn't say anything. The spectators were left dumbstruck at this sight. The complexions of the people who had been accusing Yi Shiwen had turned pale. It seemed as if they had unknowingly eaten a bunch of live cockroaches. Yi Shiwen hadn't argued with them. He had only made them dizzy with a tight slap on their faces. And this was the best response to the situation. Many people had suddenly become scared since this man's way of doing things was extremely ruthless. After all, the old ancestor Gongyang held the top position among them. One must know that the 23rd Prince's subordinates were divided into two factions in the past, and each group was headed by a sage expert. Both the groups used to be at clash with each other. However, that other sage expert had been annihilated along with his faction. So, only the people who favored the old ancestor Gongyang remained. Moreover, they clearly knew how terrifying he was since they were his subordinates. The reason why these people had participated in this contest for the throne was because they hoped that they could also obtain Great Way State's resources for their cultivation if the 23rd Prince got a hold of the great treasure of the state. They didn't belong to the Meteor sect. The life of a random cultivator with no background was quite miserable in the Meteor world. In fact, it was even more miserable than that in the true martial world. After all, there were many forces in the true martial world, but there was only one big force in the Meteor world, and that was the Meteor sect itself. Their complexions had suddenly turned pale since they were afraid that Yi Shiwen might launch an attack on them. These people can't even beat me. How they will help you in competing for the throne. Yi Shiwen looked at 23rd Prince and said, he didn't even bother to pay attention to these people. However, the 23rd Prince had a glorious smile on his face at this time. He had already seen how powerful Yi Shiwen was, and he had gotten to see it once again at this juncture. However, his reaction to this incident was different from the previous one. He had been left to tremble with fear the last time. However, he wasn't even shocked this time around. Elder brother is outstanding and matchless, the 23rd Prince spoke up. You people must listen and obey these two elder brothers. You must follow them blindly. Am I clear? The 23rd Prince was very ambitious and bold. So, he had immediately changed his point of view. Moreover, he was quite the hoodlum himself. Anyway, people who walk barefooted aren't afraid of wearing shoes. Everything would go in vain if he couldn't ascend to the throne. The old ancestor, Gongyang, crawled and stood up. He merely looked at Yi Shiwen with hatred. However, he didn't dare to contradict the 23rd Prince. I don't care about these mundane affairs. Some people will come to you. You must listen to whatever they say and obey. Yi Shiwen waved his hand and spoke up. The constellation members like Yi Shiwen, these so-called high-level hired goons, didn't care about these ordinary matters. Their task was to kill, and they needed outstanding strength for that. Do you know about the situations of other princes? Yi Shiwen asked. He obviously wanted to know as much about his future opponents as was possible. My eldest imperial brother is the most powerful among all these princes because he was born very long ago. He has already roped in a large number of courtiers. Plus, he also has the reputation of the eldest son. It has been said that he has the support of a peak-level sage expert behind him. The 23rd Prince replied, Moreover, my second imperial brother, fourth imperial brother, seventh imperial brother, ninth imperial brother, and so on are also quite powerful. It is said that all of them have the support of a peak-level sage expert behind them. Yi Shiwen frowned. The enemy had the backing of peak-level experts of the sage realm. So, it wasn't surprising that the 23rd Prince could only play the role of trash. A peak-level expert of the sage realm couldn't be called the strongest in the sage realm. However, he could be considered as a top-notch expert in the competition for the throne of a country. Peak-level expert of the sage realm. Yi Shiwen frowned. My fighting strength can ascend to the peak of the sage realm only after I've entered into the sage realm. Only then will I be able to contend against them. He became anxious as he thought of this, since he himself might become useless in this contest for the title of the emperor if he didn't snatch the time and refine the sage break yellow pill. In fact, even his life might be put in danger. Prepare a place for me. I wish to undergo closed-door training. Yi Shiwen looked at the 23rd prince and spoke up. The wood dragon of the horn immediately realized what Yi Shiwen was talking about, since he was aware about Yi Zaiwen's intentions to start the alchemy process. In fact, he was also very interested in the medicinal pill, which Yi Shiwen wanted to refine. Okay. The 23rd prince nodded. A person of his stature, obviously, had a place for the closed-door training inside his mansion. Yi Shiwen didn't show any courtesy. His task was only to help the 23rd prince in eliminating some of the obstacles. Nothing more. These two individuals were only the first wave of assistance. The Northern Dipper organization would send more members here later on. In fact, some of those unofficial personnel were the subordinates of the 23rd prince in the beginning. There were many powerful sage experts among those people, even though they were merely unofficial members of the organization, but they possessed extremely dreadful strength. Yi Zaiwen's strength wasn't too weak. However, this organization was extremely dreadful. The more he came to know about this organization, the more dreadful he felt they were. He had come to know about some basic situations of this organization from the Wood Dragon while en route to the meteor world, and he couldn't help but gasp. Yi Shiwen had previously thought that this was merely an organization which used to recruit the experts of the younger generation. However, he later came to know that this was not the case, and that was because he and the other young members had only been recruited as substitutes in recent time. The titles of Moon Deer of the Extended Net, the Wood Dragon of the Horn, and the Golden Dragon of the Neck had been vacant for a very long time, and they had only been filled by these youngsters in recent times. Two other experts of the younger generation had also joined very recently. However, it seemed as if they and Wood Dragon didn't share good relations. There seemed to be only 5 known members of the younger generation. The others were the experts of the older generation. In fact, the latest among them had become the member of this organization 300 years ago. Moreover, all of them had entered the Great Sage realm long ago. Even those peripheral members had some Great Sage experts among them. Such was the tyranny of the Northern Dipper organization. The more he came to know about them, the more dreadful he felt this organization was. The Northern Dipper organization wouldn't leave the 23rd prince since they had already decided to help him in acquiring the throne. So his attitude would make no difference to them. Therefore, they would obviously send some experts to assist him, and Yi Shiwen and Wood Dragon would be merely playing the leading roles. These people would obviously have their own set of processes to follow, and Yi Shiwen wasn't aware of these processes. But what role they would play if they wouldn't even arrive here? You inform the organization to get those people to gather here after some time. It will look somewhat miserable if only 2 of us are here. Yi Shiwen looked at the Wood Dragon and said with a laugh. The other princes had a group of high-handed experts behind them. However, the 23rd prince only had 2 experts behind him. How ridiculous it would look. The so-called grand style was also very important sometimes. No problem. Leave it to me. The Wood Dragon nodded. His expression wasn't visible since he had worn a mask. Yi Shiwen followed the 23rd prince and entered an underground place which had been built for undergoing the closed-door training. He then sat cross-legged on a praying mat on the ground after he had lain down layer upon layer of matrix barriers. Then he took out a huge ancient alchemy furnace from the heavenly source mirror. The faintly fluctuating principles were looming on top of this furnace. This furnace was a pseudo-sage tool in reality. He had obtained this furnace from the crazy 13 shark pirates. However, it had later been upgraded into as a pseudo-sage tool by him. However, one must have an alchemy furnace of sage tool rank in order to refine the sage break yellow pill. But he was forced to use this pseudo-sage tool instead. To be continued. Chapter 503. Yi Shiwen couldn't do anything about this matter either. How he could get hold of a sage tool that easily. Powerful sage experts who were using pseudo-sage tools could be found everywhere. He had obtained the Blood Emperor seal of that blood-red clothed young master last time. However, it had been snatched and swallowed by Yi Xuan estimated that this alchemy furnace could refine the break sage, yellow, pill only once at the most. Therefore, he had only one opportunity. Moreover, he didn't know when he would be able to collect so many ingredients in the future if he failed this time. The alchemy fire was promptly ignited on top of Yi Zaiwen's hand. It looked extremely deep in color. Such kind of alchemy fire was unique to an alchemy mazer. He wasn't an alchemy master. However, he knew a core method of alchemy. Moreover, he knew a top-notch core method. However, he didn't wish to walk on this path of alchemy. Otherwise, he would have to spend the rest of his life in deep mountains and old forests, looking for the herbal ingredients. Water moon, robust tin fir. Moon silk, immortal fruit. Yi Shiwen threw the unfamiliar and familiar drug ingredients inside the alchemy furnace. He was carefully controlling the flame. He had divided the drug ingredients in the order of priority and had thrown them into the furnace one after another. This was the first time Yi Shiwen was performing the alchemy so carefully. One must know that he used to refine those drug ingredients in the past with the help of the extraordinary abilities of his mysterious space. So, he had never faced any trouble. However, he had to be careful this time, and that was because he knew that this would decide whether he could enter the sage realm or not. Yi Shiwen looked focused. His gaze was firmly fixed on the alchemy furnace. The inexhaustible alchemy fire was surging and was being reflected on his pitch-black eyes. He was carefully controlling the temperature of the flame and matching the available resources with the information in his mind. He couldn't afford to commit a single mistake. Time passed second by second, and 3 days' time had passed in the blink of an eye. The peripheral members of the Northern Dipper organization, who were initially waiting for the organization's latest orders, had arrived in the imperial capital during these 3 days. A delegation of 10 men had arrived in total, and all of them were experts of the sage realm. One among them was a senior expert of the late stage of sage realm, while 2 of them were experts of the intermediate stage of the sage realm. Old ancestor Gongyang and other people had suddenly become enlightened after they got to witness such a lineup. They obviously couldn't provoke this organization which was before their eyes. It had conveniently sent 10 strong sage experts. Such high-handed style meant that these experts certainly had the support of some dreadful force. In fact, old ancestor and the others felt unusually scared at the mere thought of it. The face of 23rd Prince looked very calm. However, he was also extremely terrified in his heart. The Northern Dipper organization hadn't sent such a team when they were supporting him earlier, but they had sent 10 sage experts at this time, and such capability had daunted him straight away. The Wood Dragon of the Horn couldn't do anything in this matter after the arrival of these sage experts. These experts were more professional as compared to the so-called professional hired goons like him and Yi Shiwen. These experts would obviously be the ones planning everything in the 23rd Prince's matter in a clear and orderly fashion. In fact, it would be pointless for the 23rd Prince to think that he could protest against such a powerful organization. The Wood Dragon was sitting on a branch of a big tree inside the prince's mansion. He was leaning against the trunk of the tree at this time. He drank mouthful of liquor from the waste bottle gourd. It wasn't a very old liquor. However, it was white liquor, and a strong one at that. 3 days have already passed. He isn't done yet. The Wood Dragon looked below. It was a flat surface, and it seemed as if there was nothing down there. However, he knew that there was a place inside where Yi Shiwen was undergoing the closed-door training. I will also find a place and undergo closed-door training once this matter gets finished, and I will enter the late stage of the sage realm this time. The Wood Dragon suddenly smelled herbal fragrance at this time. It was permeating from underground. Then a burst of magnificent fragrance permeated from the barrier which had been laid down underground, and soared into the sky. Crap! It's Sofu * King intense. Which pill is he refining? The wood dragon exclaimed in shock. He could confirm the grade of the medicinal pill that was being concocted by merely looking this barrier. The medicinal pills were also divided into many ranks. The unranked pills weren't popular in the least, and were simply not worth mentioning since the unranked ones were merely ordinary pills. However, things would be a lot different if the talk was about ranked pills. In fact, every such pill would be enough to draw the attention of countless experts. The pills would be divided into 3 ranks by the people of the entire world after their worth had been confirmed, and every rank was divided into 9 grades. So, there were 27 grades in total. The so-called divine pill was at the top. However, it was only mentioned in fables. Nobody had ever seen it. It had been said that the divine pill could attain spiritual intelligence, right, since its formation. Then, it would have to face the heavens' punishment, and it could even transform into an expert and cultivate in case it would pass this punishment. Moreover, it could create a chaotic mess just like a demon. However, the wood dragon reacted since such a big noise might attract the attention of countless people in the imperial capital. People had been keeping watch at the 23rd prince's residence. In fact, dozens of spies of each big force had been keeping watch. However, it was hard to say how things would turn out to be. It seemed as if all the big forces had collectively become invisible after the flashy return of the 23rd prince. Nobody had come to visit him apart from old ancestor Gongyang and the old members of his faction. It seemed as if everyone had forgotten him. Only those spies were still around and keeping watch. However, this movement might draw the attention and backlash of countless people of the imperial capital, since it was secretly in an uproar. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the several tyrannical auras, which Wood Dragon had sensed in the surroundings not too long ago, to arrive in the sky above 23rd Prince's domain. Presumptuous! Who permitted you to rush into the prince's mansion? The 23rd Prince's loud shout reverberated. It then transformed into a barrage of sound arrows and spread out in the sky. People's figures revealed themselves in midair. Several warriors clad in heavy armors were in the front, and they were headed by a man who was clad in silver-white heavy armor. "Go back, your majesty. I am the 9 Gates infantry commander. We have heard that the enemy's spies are present here. So, your humble servant had no choice but to arrive here to investigate in order to ensure your safety." The man who was clad in silver-white armor spoke up in friendly manner. He had also swept out his divine sense to search as he had spoken this. The 23rd Prince's face turned green in anger. The spies of enemy countries had arrived here. Didn't this statement mean that he had collaborated with foreign enemies? This was a blatant slap on his face. Moreover, he knew that this 9 Gates infantry commander had been hired by his 4th brother in secrecy. So, they had arrived here in order to search his mansion. In fact, they must have arrived here in order to eradicate the root of trouble. "Initiate the search!" the chief in silver-white armor ordered in a loud voice, and several experts immediately appeared behind him. They seemed all set to rush in. "I am warning you people. Whoever dares to come in shall be killed." The 23rd Prince suddenly shouted back at them. He mostly cared about his reputation. However, his reputation had been ruined now, and nothing had remained. He could tell that every major force must be paying attention to this ongoing situation here. So he would have no hope of reprieve if he were to take even a single step back. He finally understood that Yi Shiwen had said rightly. Being low-key was useless, since being quite at present would be considered as weakness by the people. The small and big forces of the city wouldn't care about him even if he managed to evade this trouble. So, how would he conquer the hearts of the people? Initiate the search. The silver-armored chief wasn't willing to back down either. He shouted loudly, and the figures of several experts clad in heavy armors appeared behind him in quick succession. Someone recognized them. They were the Imperial Guards. They were the most elite army in the Great Wei Empire. "It's such a drag!" A conspicuous and indolent voice resounded at first. Then an astonishing blade energy took form and swept out towards that group of Imperial Guards to chop them. "Humph! So audacious! You are a crafty fella!" The silver-armored chief coldly snorted. He grabbed the approaching blade energy with his one hand and crushed it. Then a sinister look appeared on his face. "Kill him. This is like they have shed all pretense of cordiality. It seems that the fourth prince has made up his mind to use extreme methods against the 23rd prince. What's strange in that? The 23rd prince had escaped from the fourth prince, and he had lost his face as a result. In fact, it would be strange if he were to bear with such rudeness. They didn't clash in the past several days. So, I thought that there will be no fight. I didn't expect that the Nine Gates infantry commander would be sent over here. The Nine Gates infantry commander was quiet in the past. He hadn't taken part in the battles of the princes. In fact, he looked neutral. Therefore, I didn't expect that he had secretly sided with the fourth prince. The secrecy maintained was indeed very tight. Hee. Didn't you see those rays of light a moment ago? It may be a ranked medicinal pill. It is being refined in the mansion of the 23rd prince. This is probably the reason for this sudden attack by the fourth prince. I didn't expect that the 23rd prince would come back alive. The situation has completely reversed as a result. Several sage-level auras can be sensed inside his mansion. He may have obtained the support of some organization. Bang! The wood dragon and the silver-armored chief suddenly collided with each other. The two senior experts of the intermediate stage of the sage realm issued their imposing auras, and the astral wind suddenly splashed out in the sky. The formidable, imposing aura that had emerged out of the body of the wood dragon pressed down in all directions, and the tyrannical strength of the intermediate stage of the sage realm manifested thereupon. The space got crushed and distorted by his imposing aura, and it seemed as if every movement of his could destroy the heaven and extinguish the earth. The two senior experts of the intermediate stage of the sage realm had suddenly collided with each other. However, those Imperial Guards had burst into the prince's mansion. In fact, they had simply ignored the fight between these two individuals. It was obvious that the 23rd prince was their target. They wanted to take advantage of this chaos and kill him in one fell swoop. "Humph!" An ice-cold shout sounded, and a big hand stretched out along with it. It then grabbed those Imperial Guards. There were many experts of the initial stage of the sage realm among those Imperial Guards. However, they had been grabbed by this big hand and didn't get enough time to react as a result. Then, the big hand crushed them to death, and they transformed into blood fog as a result. A loud shout was heard, and an old man clad in moon-white robe slowly came out. He then stationed himself beside the 23rd prince. He was an expert of the late stage of the Sage Realm and hailed from the Northern Dipper Organization's faction. Those Imperial Guards were also skilled experts, but how could they be a match for the senior expert of the late stage of the Sage Realm? Rumble! The wood dragon and that commander of the Imperial Guards went high up into the sky while fighting. The matrix barrier above the entire Imperial capital had been broken by them. They then rushed above the horizon, and they soon went beyond everyone's line of sight. 23rd brother, it seems that you're not ready to give up. You even dared to kill the Imperial Guards. You're quite courageous. An ice-cold shout resounded from the clouds at this time. A figure appeared in mid-air along with the sound. He was clad in the imperial robe of a prince. He looked handsome, and his appearance was a bit similar to the 23rd prince's. However, his deathly white complexion was giving rise to a sinister illusion. To be continued. Chapter 504. Fourth brother! the 23rd prince shouted. He called out the identity of this man who was before his eyes. It was one of the most powerful princes of the imperial capital, the 4th prince. The 4th prince shot a glance at the 23rd prince as he appeared from inside the clouds. He then said, 23rd young brother, am also feeling quite embarrassed like you. Do you know what will be the result of attacking the imperial guards? Even imperial father can't save you. I will have to kill you in order to protect the dignity of the law of my Great Way Empire. A smile appeared on the face of the 4th prince when he said that he would have to kill the 23rd prince. Perhaps he wanted to show how just he was. However, he had instead made people aware of his shady motives. 4th brother, don't go too far. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the 23rd prince. He didn't have a good opinion regarding his 4th brother. Everyone knew that imperial guards were being used as a pretext, nothing more. One must know that the imperial guards were very powerful. Nobody had ever dared to attack them. However, that power had originated from the dignity of imperial authority. Nobody dared to contend against them because they were the emperor's guards. However, the emperor himself was helpless at present. The shining corona of the imperial power was nowhere to be seen. So, the imperial guards didn't have the ferociously deterrent power like they used to. The black-clothed old man who stood beside the 23rd prince suddenly launched an attack at this time, and a heavenly big hand stretched out towards the 4th prince to grab him. It seemed as if this big hand had merged the heaven and the earth within itself, and it clenched with the capacity to crush the world. However, an astonishing sword energy broke out before that big hand could grab the 4th prince. Then, this sword energy transformed into a startling sword rainbow and slashed into that big hand. Rumble! The entire big hand had been chopped down in an instant. Then the incredible sword rainbow suddenly struck that black-clothed old man's body after it had passed through that big hand made up of energy. The black-clothed old man became very startled. He promptly withdrew his hand. Nearly his entire arm had been cut down by that astonishing sword rainbow. A huge and terrible wound had been opened on his arm by the sword energy, even though he had withdrawn it, and blood was gushing out from it. The black-clothed old man let out a muffled snort. He then looked up to the sky. A small-sized expert came out of the void. His height was less than 1 meter. He was holding a long sword in his hand. It looked even taller than him. In fact, he looked a bit funny. However, nobody could laugh in this situation because everyone had seen that this man's sword had nearly cut off the arm of that black-clothed old man of the 23rd prince's faction. I have heard rumors that the 4th prince has a peak-level sage expert at his side to keep watch, and it seems that it's true. Someone from among the spectators of the big forces gasped and said, "Sage experts were rarely seen even in a huge empire like the Great Way Empire. One could ensure their position in the Great Way Empire as long as they had a senior sage expert in their clan to keep watch. And one could start a noisy development as long as they had 2 experts of sage rank or above. Sage experts of peak level were obviously the topmost experts that were recruited by these forces. However, the experts of the small perfection level and great perfection level of sage realm were merely a myth for them. So one could imagine that the experts of great sage realm were like gods for them. I know that expert. He's called Dwarf Tiger. He's a ferocious expert. However, his short height is his weak point. He hates it when other people talk about his height. The city lord of a certain city had made fun of his weakness some time ago. So this guy had slaughtered everyone in the entire city. In fact, he hadn't spared anyone. He had run into some extremely ferocious enemies later. So, he had disappeared without any trace after he had sustained some serious injuries. Therefore, I had believed that he had died. However, I never expected that he had obtained the support of the 4th prince instead. The 23rd prince is done for. Such an expert is definitely going to cause huge trouble. Bang! A firm and imposing aura soared into the sky, from the backyard of the 23rd Prince's mansion. An herbal fragrance began to proliferate in the surroundings. Everyone was trembling with fear, including those experts of each of the forces of the Wei state, even though they were only watching the fight. Everyone knew that the 4th Prince and the 23rd Prince had a very old enmity between them. The 23rd Prince had been chased by the 4th Prince once before, and he had almost lost his life when that had happened. However, the 4th Prince had waited very patiently for these 3 days, and he had suddenly launched an attack today. This incident and the sudden rise of the fragrance of those precious medicines might have some relation. Perhaps some ranked medicinal pill might have taken birth. One must know that a person could become the so-called extraordinary sage and transcend the mortal world after they had cultivated up to the sage realm. They would become different from the ordinary people from this stage onwards. So, an ordinary medicinal pill would be of no use for them, since it couldn't be used on their sage body. Only the ranked medicinal pills refined by some talented alchemy master would be useful for them. Therefore, the so-called great masters of alchemy were considered to be a treasure for any empire. 4th Prince must have come to know that a great alchemy master had joined the 23rd Prince's side, and this must have compelled him to launch this sudden attack. However, they probably didn't know that Yi Shiwen wasn't some great alchemy master. In fact, one must perfect hundreds of kinds of pill-making methods if they wanted to achieve the title of a great master of alchemy. Most people couldn't concoct ranked medicinal pills, and thus they were only called alchemy masters. Yi Shiwen knew many pill-making methods. However, he could only refine a few medicinal pills, and the only ranked medicinal pill that he knew how to refine was the Break Sage yellow pill. Moreover, he had learnt this method only recently, so he was no great alchemy master. Everyone was merely overestimating his capabilities. This had been possible only because of his mysterious space. He couldn't have been able to do this if he didn't possess this special space. It's similar to when a child studies all the subjects like literature, native language, English, mathematics, and so on for a year in order to ascend from 1st grade to junior high. However, Yi Shiwen had put more emphasis on some selected subject alone. In fact, he had also skipped grades and had directly begun to study the mathematics of junior high level. Thus, he hadn't studied the mathematics of elementary school level. Moreover, he hadn't studied literature and language either, so he couldn't even recognize the letters therein. However, Yi Shiwen didn't need to understand the problem in order to figure out the correct answers. He only needed to analyze the optimum method to solve the problem with the help of his mysterious space, and he could then figure out the correct answer. This was the role that the mysterious space in his mind had been playing for him. However, other people didn't know this. So, they believed that the 23rd Prince had invited a great master of alchemy. Even the 23rd Prince himself was no exception to this belief. So he had also become very excited. A great master of alchemy could be considered as a very important guest, a guest of honor, and so on in an empire. Therefore, the 4th Prince had become anxious and had launched an attack. He wanted to get hold of such a great master of alchemy before other forces could act. 23rd young brother, I didn't expect that you would silently invite a great master of alchemy. The 4th Prince spoke up in a sinister manner. He was staring at the 23rd Prince. It seems that he is refining some stunning item. However, it will fall into my hands now. He genuinely had the urge to burst into laughter, since he felt as if the heavens were helping him. He would obtain such a great master of alchemy in this crucial time of contest for the throne, and his force would become extremely popular when a great master of alchemy would join it. In fact, many third-party forces would decide to join his force once they had seen the face of a great master of alchemy. You should give up on that idea. The 23rd Prince clenched his teeth and replied. He had suddenly realized that Yi Shiwen might help him in making a comeback. It would be a very exciting matter if a great master of alchemy were to join his force at such a turning point when he was all set to reverse the situation. The entire Great Wei State used to have one great master of alchemy in the past. However, he had left 100 years ago. So, one could imagine how few were the numbers of the great masters of alchemy in this world. After all, only those alchemy masters who could refine ranked medicinal pills were called as great masters of alchemy. Yi Shiwen brushed away the fragrance and white vapor of medicines which had proliferated in that underground secret room. The entire alchemy furnace had already broken into pieces and had spread out on the ground. Only a yellow-colored medicinal pill was calmly lying at the bottom of the alchemy furnace. The thick herbal fragrance had filled the entire room. He had done it. Yi Zaiwen's face exposed a pleasantly surprised look. He had put everything on stake for refining the break sage yellow pill in one fell swoop, because he had a limited amount of ingredients. One needed to spend more than 50 million primary spirit dawn for obtaining that amount of ingredients. Even a sage expert would be scared to death if they heard this price. In fact, a peak-level sage expert wouldn't be able to obtain such amount of ingredients, even if they went bankrupt over it. Yi Shiwen wouldn't have had enough wealth to accumulate these ingredients, even if the people of Law Enforcement Hall hadn't attacked and interfered. He would have needed time to accumulate that amount of money. However, the Northern Dipper organization had fortunately handed over these drug ingredients to him in advance. Otherwise, he genuinely wouldn't have known what to do. He wouldn't have blinked an eye before spending 50 million primary spirit dawn for buying the drug ingredients. He might have regretted that later. However, he would have been very firm on his decision, and that's because he knew that other people had used their own talent to level up. But that was because they possessed outstanding talent. However, he needed endless amount of accumulated wealth for that because of his cultivation style. In fact, the amount of wealth he had used up in these 10 years of his cultivation was enough for 100 individuals to cultivate up to the sage realm. However, he had access to such wealth-powered cultivation. Therefore, he was still extremely tyrannical in the younger generation, even though his cultivation time was quite short. Strength was the most valuable thing. Any heavenly treasure which couldn't be transformed into strength was practically useless. In addition to this, he could only use the alchemy furnace once in order to refine this pill, and it had exploded after that. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that the number of great masters of alchemy was so less. One must learn how to refine ranked medicinal pills if they wanted to become a great master of alchemy, and one must have a sage-level alchemy furnace if they wanted to refine a ranked medicinal pill. However, sage tools were very rare, let alone a sage-level alchemy furnace. Therefore, many people used to get stuck at this stage. Fortunately, he had succeeded even though he had put everything on stake in one fell swoop. So his anxious heart had finally calmed down. Yi Shiwen wasn't aware of the desperate situation outside because he had been refining the break sage yellow pill. However, he suddenly felt that a tyrannical sage-level aura had entrenched from above and was trying to investigate the situation inside. In fact, this sage-level aura wanted to break through the matrix barriers that he had laid out. He immediately became anxious as a result, and he promptly picked up that break sage yellow pill and swallowed it. To be continued.